Sveiki visi prisijungę prie tarptautinės konferencijos klimato.
Good morning, everyone who joined us at the international conference about the agricultural challenges and solutions. We are the organizers, Lithuanian Agriculture Consulting Agency, and more than 500 participants we have from many countries in Europe. And as we have international event, we have an opportunity with the help of interpreters to listen to interpretation. You'll find the icon interpretation, just click on it, and you'll be able to choose either Lithuanian or English language. Also, there are a few technical pieces of information. Well, your microphones will be muted and there'll be no chat window. So we ask you to send your questions to this website, slido.com. Just put your question in the window that you can see and choose the addressee of the question. For example, if you want to ask Mr. Macijauskas, just put a tick before his name, then we know that the question is directed to him. And we will not have the opportunity to answer all the questions due to the lack of time on this remote conference. However, we want to provide you with an opportunity to have an exchange in this way, in a written form, and we believe they will be able to answer your questions. And later, we can send you the full detailed answers by your emails. And of course, you'll find the link to the conference recording. So we'll not be able to answer all your questions. So please rate your questions at Slido platform. If you find a more interesting question, so put the thumbs up or take the thumbs up, and then the questions will be rated and be on the top. Well, we already have 4 questions at the platform even before we started the conference. So I'm really happy that you are happy and you are rating the questions. And I can see that Dale, our presenter, he'll have to answer a few questions here. So about the conference itself. It consists of 2 parts. And we're happy there are 2 moderators for each of the parts. The first part is moderated by the head of our services, of our consultancy service, Mr. Saulis Sironka, and the second part will be moderated by Mr. Rimtautas Petraitis, the head of our development unit. So I wish you much success in this conference and to bring back as much as possible that is interesting and important for you. So Saulis, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear participants of the conference, our guests and presenters. I'd like to say many thanks to Erica, the head of marketing, for this technical presentation. And as I said, there are more than 500 participants registered here, and it shows that this topic is really very important. I come back to history. We have to say that in 1979, there was the first worldwide climate change conference. And after that, there were many events with many countries participating. And in 1995, the Kyoto Protocol was signed, which legalized certain decisions to mitigate the Ghg emissions. And in 2015, nearly 200 countries signed the Paris Agreement with the obligation to focus even more on the mitigation of Ghg emissions and decrease of temperature worldwide. So, the climate change and agriculture, challenges and solutions. This is the topic of our conference today. And I'd like to invite the Minister of Agriculture of Lithuania, Mr. Kęstutis Navickas, to start the conference. Minister, are you here? Yes. Okay, we hear you, we can see you. So please, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear participants of the conference. Really, many thanks from our ministry and from me personally for organizing this conference. Thanks to our Lithuanian Agriculture Consulting Agency. And this is very timely and very important educational scientific work to open the platform for discussion and explaining what is the climate change, because sometimes the misunderstanding here leads to really bad solutions. So especially when we have in mind, the big tragedies related to weather change and what impact it has on agriculture and what impact is made by the Ghg emissions and was the impact on the soil, how important it is to preserve the coal in the soil. In the soil. These are the terms that the agricultural specialists know very well, and it's important to really understand it better, how to live with it, and what kind of innovations we have to introduce, and perhaps even the traditional methods of agriculture should be coming back. And I see this very big importance of it and even bigger meaning of it in order to understand the system, to understand the cycle of coal in the nature. So I thank you once again. Thanks to organizers of this good conference, and I wish you success. Thank you, Minister, for your thoughts and insights. As you mentioned, really, there are many elements that impact the climate change. And in this conference today, we'll be able to touch upon it. And the organizers, as was mentioned, is the Lithuanian Agriculture Consulting Agency. So I'd like to invite the director of our agency, Dr. Edvardas Makelis, to say a few welcoming words. Can you hear and see us? Yes, I can. Very good. We can see and hear you too. Dear Minister, dear farmers, participants of the conference, and our guests from abroad. The sun is rising and the spring is coming. However, we can see we have a very frosty winter again. So again, we wonder whether it's really climate change. Well, that was for fun. But anyway, these challenges are very important to tackle in solving our problems in agriculture. So how our politicians see the agriculture in the near perspective? Primarily, it has to be sustainable, socially stable, and economically viable sector. And all understand that it needs to be supported. But again, the farming has to be made in accordance with all agricultural requirements and environmental requirements, of course, in solving the agricultural problems by using the innovative solutions, uh, which should be the future solutions as well. How we can tackle these challenges so that we can yield the most benefit out of the process. So first of all, we need to modify and renovate the CP or CAP, Common Agricultural Policy. Each country has to have the strategy where it should clearly define the knowledge, innovation, and support system for agriculture. How each country will have this interrelationship with the farmers, the consultancy, and how we work like that. And the European Union, a lot of hope is given to that, so that this system would help our farmers to tackle all the challenges. And today, we invited two more countries to participate, which are very much ahead of others, and this is Ireland and Finland. In Ireland, we have this is the consultancy and training and science system, which belongs to the Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, and they're making really good and right decisions. And I will see from presentations today, it's a very strong system. The country has 4.1 million hectares in agriculture, but they have even 40 euros allocated for training and knowledge per hectare in the country. So the farmers also contribute in funding of this. Uh, these are not great contributions, but still they're used for the projects to solve the identified problems. Apart from Ireland, another country has a system managed by the Ministry of Agriculture. The ProAgria is today from here with us from Finland. Well, it's also very much integrated the training and education in solution of climate change issues by providing support and information and training to the farmers, like precise agriculture and precise fertilizing methods and other areas. It is characteristic that in this country there is a very high level of digitalization, especially in forestry sector. Forestry in Finland is very important. Nearly every farm, although they are still a bit small, but they are related to forests. And all these issues have to be discussed, even in our pandemic situation, where we, however, have the possibility of communicating to big numbers of people. So this is not only the challenge, but also a possibility, opportunity to use it in solving our issues in the most innovative way. So that's it, and I wish you all much success and all of you participants and presenters. Thank you, Director, for your insights. As you mentioned, in our conference, we have presenters from Ireland, and they will exchange their experience. And in the beginning of the conference, I'd like to present a very well-known farmer, the leader of our grain growers, Ausis Macijauskas. And he today will just make the presentation about the challenges in agriculture. Yes, I can hear you. Saulus, hello.
Gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai ir svečiai. Aš esu Aušrys Macijauskas, Lietuvos grūdų augintojų.
Hello, I'm Aušrys Macijauskas. I am the farmer and the chairman of the Lithuanian Grain Growers Association. I would like to share with you my experience on new strategies, on climate change challenges for farmers, and what change can we bring. And we're going to speak about the farmers who are working and they do hear what is happening around them in the world. So I'm going to present my slides. So the challenges of the climate change for farmers, I would most probably, as you can see, I have named my presentation as a time of fateful change. When such challenges come, people get distracted and they maybe don't know what are their aims anymore and where are we going, what are we trying to do. So in order for this situation not to happen, I would like to tell you Lord Palmerston, Prime Minister of Great Britain, quote, "We have no eternal allies and we have no perpetual enemies," he was saying. Our interests are eternal and perpetual, and those interests, it is our duty to follow. And if we're speaking about the topic of today, we could say that there are no eternal strategies and we have no perpetual course, but only the interest of our country is eternal and perpetual, and we have to stand by it. The European Green Deal is most probably the most ambitious plan of all times of the European Union, and people in the European Union and farmers and citizens, they ask usually how is this going to change our lives, and very often we making mistakes and we are showing different kind of tables, forecasts, and we need more clarification actually. What is it and where are we going? So first of all, the Green Deal is the policy on climate change. It is climate action. And as Saulis has mentioned, this is a very old topic, and the European Union has been discussing it for a very long time, that CO2 emissions have to be diminished, that we have to be more friendly to the climate, because climate change is a big threat, of course, to the agriculture itself too. And the aims of the politicians are all the time different. First of all, the aim was to diminish CO2 emissions by 40%, then 50%, and recently the European Union Council decided that it should be till 2030 to diminish CO2 emissions by 55%, comparing to 1990s. And till 2050, we have to reach neutrality. And most probably, the main strategy for the agriculture in Lithuania is the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030. Many people think that biodiversity strategy is just a discussion about birds, but no, this is mostly about the agriculture, about farmers. This is a new agriculture policy, and the aims that are set there are very, very ambitious, and it would be very difficult to reach them. By 2030, ecological farmers have to be increased by 25% in all Europe. To diminish pesticides by 50%, fertilizers, manure included by 20%. So these are very ambitious aims, and In order to reach them, we have to really work all together in a joint effort. One more strategy that is going to influence our sector very much is farm to fork strategy. In this strategy, we don't talk that much about farm. We speak a lot about food production, about manufacturing, about how we use food, how food is consumed, also about habits, food consumption habits. So again, we not only farmers consume food, but all of us do consume food. So it actually has impact on all citizens. There are a lot of very different strategies, and strategies sometimes are very complex. So our farmers are sometimes a bit nervous, we can say that farmers at the moment are even upset because their work was glorified and has been glorified for hundreds of years. And now it is not that it is not the same anymore. In Lithuania, we have a very important author, Kristijonas Donelaitis, Metai, which can be translated as years. This is the epic work by Kristijonas Donelaitis, and we all have been used to the idea from this piece of work that the farmer is a sacred person. Farming or agriculture is sacred. Bread is very important, and now actually they're saying that we have to say no to milk. Young people very often refuse to consume products that we have been used for many years, have been used to, and they're using the sort of new kind of food, new kind of diet. For us, it's very alarming, and we cannot understand that. But if we look at the official statistical data, how do we actually look? We can see that Lithuania as a country, we are the leaders in the green course. If we speak about the European Green Deal, and here on this table we can see how Lithuania is the leading country that has reduced its GHG emissions. Again, in the most of the EU, we are the leaders actually, and somehow we are not saying anything about that. We are not being proud, and if we, let's say, meet a foreigner just in the country, we rarely would praise ourselves and say that Lithuania is the leader that has reduced the GHG emissions and is the leader in the European Union. We are complying with the Paris Treaty, and we understand that, of course, if we don't do anything anymore, the countries will then become leaders if we just stop. But here you can see Lithuanian agriculture is one of the greenest in the European Union. Here you can see the data for aggregated emissions of CH4 and N2O per hectare of utilized agricultural area. So as you can see in tones, we are doing really very well, and many countries are doing well too. But already now we are quite green, but somehow we're not promoting that. We are not praising ourselves. We're not telling others. Also, let's look at this table.
that again, Lithuanian agriculture is one of the greenest in the EU. Here we are making quite a big progress. And if we compare ourselves with 2015, again, we are, look at these green and blue columns. So we are on the third place. Only Romania and Estonia are the leaders above us in nitrogen oxide emissions. So again, we can see about fertilizers. We are not using a lot of fertilizers. Here we can see fertilizer consumption, and in 2012 we had the leading year, and again Lithuania was one of the countries that used the least pesticides or fertilizers in that year. So Lithuania has raised the cattle quite high, and just as you can see, overall GHG reduction target for 2030 is -9%, and GHG reduction target for agriculture -9%. Again, the question is, who has calculated it? And we do not have the answer. 9% for us, we think that where has it been taken from? Who has calculated it? Somebody has taken this number and just saying that Lithuania has to commit by 9%. Of course, we know that overall European calculations are 50-55%, but we cannot explain why 9%. And how is this 9% being spread into the sectors, into different sectors? So by 2030, again, GHG emissions have to be diminished in agriculture by 9%. It was just mathematically calculated. But our agriculture is green already, and we have, it is very difficult when you are green already to minimize the GHG emissions even more. This is how everything would look in 2030 if all the countries met the targets and acted upon their commitments. Here I have taken emissions from Dutch agriculture. It will be, even if we reach 2030, so emissions from Dutch agriculture in that best case scenario will be 6 times higher than in Lithuania. So imagine 2 people standing in front of you. One of them is slim and doesn't have any additional weight, is not overweight, and another person is overweight and weighs 100 kilos, and we give to both of these people the same task, to diminish their weight by 10%. So the person who is overweight, of course, is going to balance his weight by 10%, and he will feel better, his blood pressure will become better, and so on. What about the slim person? He might not even need that -10%, and he would feel worse and no energy, and he wouldn't benefit from this situation. So again, how do we look in the context with our neighbors? Our neighbors, who are at the same time our direct competitors, they are choosing a different part. But here we have Estonia, for example. Estonia is the leader. They're using Estonia have Narva electrical power plant, and we are buying 10% of power from them. That is why they have 16 tons of CO2 for one person, Estonia, and we have about 6 tons. About agriculture, we have already spoken. But it's very interesting that in Poland, for example, emissions, as you can see, they correlate with manufacture. And as Poland is manufacturing more, so they have more emissions. So now, how are we going to diminish the emissions? If we calculate by 1 person per person, so it's okay. But if we speak about agriculture, it's a paradox. All neighboring countries are promising or saying that emissions are going to increase because they want to intensify their agriculture, especially Estonia. And they're forecasting that by 2040, the emissions from agriculture will increase by 40%. Same in Poland, same in Latvia. They are going to intensify their agriculture, and thus they are saying that their emissions are going to increase. And unfortunately, with this kind of policy, we are not letting our agriculture, which is not the leader in the European Union, we're not letting it grow, we're not letting it develop. So what is it? In Lithuania, for example, the 2 most important problems are methane and nitrous oxide. And in European Union, it's a vice versa situation, but in Lithuania, since we have a lot of cattle, we have this kind of situation: methane 40% and nitrous oxide 55 to 60%. Of course, there are other pollutants, but methane is so the cause for methane is cattle, and the cause for nitrous oxide is fertilizers. So what can we do? We can lessen or decrease the numbers of cattle or fertilizers. But we understand that in our agricultural policy in Lithuania, it's not the course that we want to take. We want to have more cattle. We want to increase cattle. It's good for biodiversity. It's good for climate change. If we speak about the soil in the long time period. So if we have more cattle, then we need to do something about the fertilizers. Our association has proposed a program on how we could reach these goals. And now we're saying that by 2030, only precise agriculture has to be on every farm. So this program sounds very beautiful in English: only what we need and only where we need it. That means soil service. That means continuous monitoring and fertilization maps. And also for manure, I'm speaking about it on purpose. I'm yeah, so for P and K for accurate spreading, also relevant photos of the sentinels, which has to be maximum 2 to 3 days old for a very accurate spreading, and early warning of PPE use. And also we need a convenient, publicly available information tool for creating and transferring fertilization and spraying plants to agricultural machinery. So we need the right smart technique for every farmer, and also mineral and organic fertilizers have to be used only where needed and only as much as needed. Next, yield maps. We need to check the results and show the best start of new harvest, and we need to collaborate with scientists to improve old fertilization strategies and to create new fertilization strategies. And of course, for all this plan, we need financing because all the farmers need to take part in this program, because it will be only 1-2 smart farms that are going to implement this program. We are not going to reach our goals. Or we can only get this goal only when almost all farmers install it and fertilize only where they need it and when they need it. Manure and other fertilizers, organic fertilizers, all the farmers have to employ the same strategy. Because CO2 emission is not only agricultural emission, it's cattle, it's organic farms, they also emit GHG. So we have to look at this in as a complex situation. So we need soil research, we need information, IT. We need about 100,000 euros or more, and I would say 1 billion euros or even more till 2030 overall for all the segments. And some people who hear it, who hear this number, they think that the person is crazy and this kind of budget allocation cannot be reached, but it is possible, and the European Commission is always saying that farmers need to use all the funds, and their task is the most difficult and the most important. Not very long ago, European Union Commissar also again promoted this course and asked all the countries to use all the funds and to use the new generation funds and new programs, because new money is coming, and it can be a very good start to undertake these new technologies and to have the European Green Deal. We have a time limit. Thank you, Saulo. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you so much. You have been, it has been a very interesting presentation, and there are several questions for your informative presentation. Can you hear me? One of the questions, you are saying that Lithuania is a leader. Maybe the method, the evaluation method is different for countries, and maybe it does not really show real situation. Might be. But if the methodology for evaluation would be the same, most probably our results would be even greater. Conservation of CO2 is not always taken into account. So about these methods, we can, of course, discuss. When you check the facts, sometimes in the evaluation of the European Union, there should be different numbers speaking about emissions at the time. So our situation could be even better. One more question. The question is, when you compared Dutch agriculture and Lithuanian about emissions, why then the targets for countries are all the same? Yes, exactly. We are asking the same questions because for Lithuania, we have a task as a country to reduce CO2 emissions by 9%. For example, Poland has taken on only 7%, and this is a huge country, and they use coal very much for heating. So again, how can we explain that Polish have taken 7%, and in this situation they're still saying that they are going to intensify their agriculture, and we have taken up 9%. So how to explain all this? One more question, Oshri, if you can. You have spoken about a lot of challenges, but coming back to our question and the topic, the scientists are speaking about climate change and global warming, and they're saying that we could reach 3 to 6 or 3 to 5 degrees. What do you think? How could it impact the farmers? Of course, it's going to impact the farmers, and we need to understand what are we doing right now. We have spoken about fertilizing, but this is, for example, if we speak about China, in China, they and in India, they are emitting a lot, and most probably such a small country cannot, we can only show the way, we can only show how it can be done and show the example, but small country cannot influence the situation in the world, and we cannot live with free crops in future. We still see what is happening in France, in Germany. Monocultures are very extensive, and we need to have 6, 7, 8 crops, and also we need more cattle, and we need of course melioration system, smart melioration, and again collaborate with scientists. So this is the way that we should take. Thank you so much. Thank you for your answers, and I hope that you can wait still till our discussion, and you will actively take part in the discussion also. Thank you so much. And now our next lecturer, our next speaker, Dale Crammond, Agricultural Inspector, Climate Change and Bioenergy Policy Division, Agri-Food and Marine Department from Ireland, who is going to share his and his country experience. As you know, in December last year, the ministry or Irish ministry have shared the document where there are different new positions that are obligatory for farmers who want to lessen GHG emissions. So I would like now to ask Mr. Crammond, Mr. Dale Crammond, to share his insights.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dale Crammond from Climate Change and Bioenergy Policy Division, and I'm delighted to be here with you this morning to present our Ag Climatised Roadmap, a roadmap towards climate neutrality for Irish agriculture. So I want to thank the Lithuanian Agriculture Advisory Service for inviting me to participate in your event today. So look, at the outset, I suppose you're all very familiar with what's happening at a global level and a European level in terms of the climate. We're familiar with the Paris Agreement and that objective to limit temperature rise to less than 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels and pursue efforts to limit temperature rise to less than 1.5 degrees. Nationally, the Irish government, a new government was formed last summer, and they have very, very ambitious climate ambitions. They want to have a 7% reduction year on year over the next 10 years in greenhouse gas emissions. We know what the European Green Deal is trying to do. The two agricultural initiatives within that is the Farm to Fork strategy and the Biodiversity Strategy. It's clear the European Commission want to increase ambition in this space, so there's no doubt agriculture will have to play its part also. So look, you're familiar with the Farm to Fork strategy. You know what it's trying to do. It's about reducing the environmental climate footprint of the food system. It's about ensuring food security and public health. It's leading a global transition towards competitive, sustainable agri-food production systems right across the food chain. This is particularly interesting. The Commission certainly see themselves as a global leader in this space, and they're looking to influence food production systems in other regions in the world, particularly in Asia and Africa. They're tapping into new opportunities. The climate, the carbon sequestration element and the carbon farming element, is clearly referenced in the Farm to Fork strategy. But it's about creating a robust and resilient food system. And to be fair, we've seen throughout the COVID-19 pandemic that the food supply chains have performed really, really well, and we can be thankful for that. So look, just about the role of agriculture and greenhouse gas emissions, within that in Ireland, 34% of greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture. Agriculture is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Ireland. Our main sources of greenhouse gas emissions are clearly enteric methane from our livestock herd, and also nitrous oxide, which also plays a key role. Emissions have been increasing in Ireland over the last couple of years, mainly because milk quotas were abolished in 2015, and dairy cow numbers have increased on the back of that. So what are the environmental challenges? Generally speaking, when animal numbers go up, the fertilizer sales and trends tend to follow, tend to increase also to produce the grass to feed those livestock. There are associated impacts when that happens. Greenhouse gas emissions go up, ammonia emissions go up, biodiversity, water quality, and soil fertility decrease. So this graph basically kind of shows you where the agriculture sector is looking to get to initially over the next 10-year period. If you look at where we are in 2020, we're about 20.6 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, and we want to reduce that by 10 to 15% over the next 10 years. And this is what our roadmap does, to bring us into a range somewhere between 17.5 and 19 megatons. The bottom line is specifically the green line is on methane, and it shows that methane emissions have been rising since about 2011 as kind of dairy cow numbers increased. Not only is this a climate roadmap, it's also an air roadmap. It's very important that we deal with the issue around ammonia also. Under the National Emissions Ceiling Directive, which is a European directive, Ireland has a target for ammonia of 111,000 tonnes by 2020. At the moment, we're at about 119,000 tonnes. So we have missed our target in relation to ammonia. And then there's a further reduction in the target by 2030, which is 107,500 tonnes. So we have a big gap to bridge on ammonia emissions, but we've put in place now measures within our ag climatised roadmap to address the ammonia issue also, and hopefully bring us in compliance by 2030. So look, what were the ag climatised fundamentals? What did we do to develop this roadmap with all our stakeholders and our industry? Back in November 2019, we launched a public consultation process, and that continued for 6 weeks right into the middle of January last year. Within this, we received 400 survey responses and 104 written submissions. This was the largest response rate to a public consultation the Department of Agriculture ever had. Collaboration is a key component to this. It's designed to help all stakeholders work together to tackle climate change and air pollution. Sustainability has to be at the heart of what we're trying to do. Ireland exports about 90% of the food that we produce, so we have to be particularly conscious of what the consumer is demanding as we move forward. The consumer is becoming more and more climate conscious, and we as an agricultural sector are going to have to respond to this changing consumer trend. So ultimately, Ag Climatised proposes a vision for a climate neutral food system compatible with the Paris temperature goals, where the climate impact of methane is reduced to zero and remaining emissions are balanced by removals. And I'll explain a little bit more in a slide or two on what that means. So look, as I said, it's a roadmap out to 2030 for both air and climate. It sets out an ambitious vision. There's 29 actions within the document. As I've said, it was developed following extensive engagement with all stakeholders. It's a living document. This document is going to evolve over time as parameters change and the policies within the Irish government change. So it's been set out on that basis to the stakeholders, to the farming stakeholders in Ireland, that this document will evolve. Essentially what it does is it takes two management abatement cost curves that are produced by Teagasc, and I know Teagasc are going to present to you today also. It takes an ammonia marginal abatement cost curve and a greenhouse gas marginal abatement curve. So essentially these are measures within both greenhouse gases and ammonia where we can kind of mitigate the emissions within these areas and the costs associated with them. So look, I talked a little bit about the climate neutral agri-food sector by 2050. What does this mean? It's about reducing methane emissions by 24 to 47% by 2050. Within the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, who are the lead global scientists when it comes to climate, they have said in order to negate or minimize the climate impact of methane, we need to reduce it by this level over the next 30 years. We see breeding and feed additives playing a crucial role here. There are methane reducing feed additives being developed by industry at the moment. And ultimately, you know, when they come on stream, hopefully later in the decade, we believe that we'll be able to feed these additives to our livestock and see a significant reduction in methane emissions. The second issue that the roadmap focuses strongly on and is a key part of our vision, we need to reduce nitrous oxide emissions associated with fertilizer use. And then we need to balance the residual by carbon offsets through forestry, grassland and hedgerows. So the concept of a climate neutral farm starts to become more real, that whatever residual emissions the farm is producing, they are balanced by offtakes from the farm. It's also then, as I said, you know, about reducing ammonia emissions also, but not to be confused around this. Ammonia is not a greenhouse gas, it's a transboundary gas. So I've talked about the reductions in nitrous oxide emissions. How are we going to do that? So we are going to reduce the total amount of chemical nitrogen fertilizer that Irish farmers apply. So currently we use about 375,000 tonnes of nitrogen, and we're proposing to reduce that to 325,000 tonnes by 2030. This is very much in line with the EU Farm to Fork strategy. Generally, our nitrogen use peaked at 408,000 tonnes in 2018. We had a drought in Ireland at that point. So 418,000 back to 325 is effectively a 20% reduction. There's going to be benefits, you know, for water and air by making this reduction in chemical nitrogen use. But clearly we don't want to compromise grass growth. So how are we going to cut nitrogen use while at the same time maintaining grass growth on our Irish farms? Where we're going to have to optimize nutrient management planning. We're all doing this, but we're really going to have to redouble our efforts in relation to this. We're going to have an enhanced liming program. When you lime soils and have the soils at the correct pH, you need to use less nitrogen because the nutrients you put on are better utilized within the system. We're going to move to low emission slurry spreading application technology. So this is band spreaders or trailing hose machines that apply the slurry in bands on the top of the grass. And we've very ambitious plans to move to 90% of all our organic slurries, manures, being spread by this low emission slurry spreading technology by 2027. We're going to cover all external slurry stores, and we're also going to require clover in all grass seeds by 2022. Along with leguminous crops like clover can help fix nitrogen in the soil, in the grass. So if we have nitrogen within the system, we can reduce the amount of chemical fertilizer that we bring onto the farm. So not only are we going to reduce the amount of chemical nitrogen we apply, we're going to change the type of fertilizer that we apply also. So we're going to move to a product called protected urea. Now, protected urea is essentially a urea-based fertilizer that's treated with a urease inhibitor. And by doing this, we're going to be able to substantially reduce nitrous oxide emissions, which is a potent greenhouse gas. So over the next 10 years, Ireland is going to transition away from the use of calcium ammonium nitrate. So that's the nitrogen fertilizer that's almost exclusively spread at the moment. We're going to transition away from that so that 65% of it is used in the form of protected urea by 2030. We're also effectively going to stop using untreated urea. We spread a small amount of that in Ireland, and we're going to move away from untreated urea to protected urea by the end of 2023. We're clearly going to have to work very closely with the industry, both the dairy co-ops and the fertilizer industry, the fertilizer companies, to make sure this is delivered on. So what else are we going to do? Obviously, Ireland is dominated by livestock. It's by far our biggest agricultural sector, both our dairy and our beef systems. We're going to genotype the national herd. So we want to really focus in on the breeding piece and try to breed more methane efficient animals, that by 2030 and beyond, that an Irish dairy cow or an Irish beef cow will be producing less methane than they are now. We're going to move away from stock bulls for replacement on dairy herds. We're going to increase milk recording on the farm. So we're going to measure a lot more things which will help from an animal health point of view also. Improved grassland management is absolutely key. As I said, you know, the grass is so fundamental to Irish agriculture. We grow grass probably better than any country in Europe because we get a lot of rainfall coming in off the Atlantic Ocean, as you know, and we're able to produce high yields of grass that we graze for about 300 days a year, and then we feed to our animals as grass silage within the close period over winter. So we really need to increase our training, you know, for our farmers around grassland management, and that's a key part of our documents also. So next, I'm going to talk about animal health. So animal health is a key kind of part of a climate, you know, positive farm as well. And when I mean like that, we want to be the most efficient producers as we can be. So keeping our animals healthy obviously has a huge role to play in this regard. So there's a number of different animal health related diseases that we have in Ireland, and there are plans there to kind of reduce these. So these are things that the Department of Agriculture will be doing anyway, but it's just nice to bring them together under one action in our Ag Climatised roadmap. We're also going to reduce the amount of crude protein in livestock feeding stuffs. So we want to reduce the amount of surplus nitrogen coming onto the farm that we have to deal with at the other end. So we're going to have a maximum of 15% crude protein in the feeding stuffs of grazing ruminants, that we supplement our livestock, you know, pasture, particularly over the winter when they're indoors, to keep energy levels high. But we want to reduce the amount of nitrogen. I've already talked about the issue of novel feed additives. We want to increase the research and the commercialization of these products because they're so fundamental to our vision of getting that kind of, you know, 30% reduction in methane, you know, over the next 30 years. And finally, on the livestock side, we want to increase the proportion of homegrown proteins. Ireland does import some animal feed, you know, from the Americas and other parts of the world. We would like to become more self-sufficient in protein, you know, to feed our livestock, because it helps with the circularity of our agri-food sector. And it's a good story to be able to tell in the international marketplace. So organic farming is going to become an ever-increasing part of what we do. I think this is throughout Europe. You know, it's a key part of the farm to fork strategy. So we currently, you know, have around 74,000 hectares, and we plan to increase that to 350,000 hectares by 2030. So this is hugely ambitious. We're going to have to look to see what we can do in CAP in terms of supporting farmers that want to make that transition. We would have a lot of farmers, particularly our lowly stock beef farmers in the western half of the country, and some of those will be very close to being organic anyway. So we'll be looking to see, you know, can they make the final step to become fully organic. Ireland also has a tillage industry. It's relatively small, as you can imagine. It's about 300,000 hectares of tillage land. Tillage land is important. As the dairy industry has been growing, we've been losing land to tillage as the dairy farmers look to get more land to produce their grass, you know, to supply feed to their cows. So we want to try and maintain the area of tillage at least 300,000 hectares and hopefully even increase it a little bit. So we're going to encourage the use of winter-grown cereals. So those are cereals that are planted maybe in September and October and November, rather than March, April growing spring cereals, because they're more nutrient efficient from a nitrogen point of view. We're going to look at leguminous break crops. Again, you know, protein crops, they can contribute, you know, to reducing the nitrogen requirement of the following cereal crop. We're going to look at buffer strips to minimize soil erosion, try to improve soil organic carbon levels, improve biodiversity. We look at reduced tillage systems, and we're also going to propose a new scheme this year on straw incorporation. Incorporating straw, you know, has a positive impact on soil organic matter levels. So forestry is a big area that we need to focus on in Ireland. At the moment, we're planting about 3,500 hectares per year, but it's not enough. We want to increase that to at least 8,000 hectares per year over the coming years. It's an incredibly important part of that kind of carbon offsets, you know, on a farm that I've talked about. You know, we believe there's great opportunities for agroforestry, where forestry and beef cattle could kind of coexist, you know, on the one farm. So we've big ambitions in forestry. Our Minister of State, Minister Hackett, has set up a new review group to look into the forestry area to see how we can kind of expand, you know, our planting rates over the years ahead. Energy is going to be part of it also. We've big ambitions in terms of renewable energy on farm for the farmers. We have grant support available for farmers that want to put in solar panels on their farm or wind energy. We believe this is important particularly for the very intensive farms that we have in Ireland, our intensive dairy farms, or intensive pig farms. So we want to not only reduce energy use on farm by 20%, but we want to generate at least a 20% deployment of renewable energy technologies, on our farms. Anaerobic digestion is also something we'd look at. We have some anaerobic digestion plants in Ireland, but the reality has been it's been a slow industry to take off in Ireland, unlike some other countries in Europe, such as Germany, etc. But we're going to look at this closely because clearly anaerobic digestion has a role to play in terms of reducing, methane from the system also. So then there are a number of kind of cross-cutting actions, enabling actions, if you like, within the roadmap towards the latter part of the roadmap. So clearly we have this roadmap now with a number of ambitious actions. We need to develop, our agriculture knowledge innovation systems in order to get those farmers on the ground to take up these measures. So this will be really important. We're lucky that we have Teagasc as our advisory agency, but we also have a number of private planners, and we will be engaging with them, over the coming years to ensure the outputs of this roadmap, are delivered on ground. So look, Ireland also has an Origin Green program. It's our sustainability program, and our board BIA are an agency of my department, the Department of Agriculture. And board BIA are responsible for going around the world, to market our food. So we have a kind of sustainability program that we set up about 9 years ago. We were the first country in the world to set up a sustainability program like this. And this has been very important to us to help us market our food abroad. But also this program has to evolve as well with new requirements. So as part of the Ag-Climatized roadmap, look, we're going to look to review our Origin Green program and develop, new initiatives, to support farmers in achieving market-led demands. In order to achieve an implementation, I've talked about this, we're going to be setting up a number of expert consultation groups. So this roadmap was very strong on, the what we needed to do, but it lacks some detail in places to how we're going to do it. And that was a deliberate decision from the ministry because we want this to be a collaborative approach. We want to reach out to all our stakeholders now and bring them together to form these implementation groups and give them a view, give them a voice at the table, to let them, tell us how they think we should go about implementing all these actions. So over the course of this year, I will be setting up maybe 10 to 12 implementation groups that will drive the delivery of the actions within our roadmap. Funding is going to be part of it. We didn't get into huge detail on funding within our roadmap. Clearly to say that, CAP is going to have to play a role. The new CAP, as you know, won't be in now to 2023. So there's an opportunity to trial some, measures over the next 2 years to see what works. So we'll be ready to hit the ground running and start when the new CAP comes in 2023. It's about a just transition as well. We need to bring farmers with us. We're going to be looking to re-wet, some land to increase that kind of, carbon sequestration. We may need to reduce the stocking rates of some of these farms. So we're going to have to work with farmers to make sure no one gets left behind. So as I've said, just the CAP clearly, as you know, it's not finished yet. All member states will be required to develop a CAP strategic plan, and we will be looking to develop that over the next while. It will clearly have to reflect farm to fork, and obviously we'll have to listen closely to the Commission to see what they say for each country, as we develop our plan. Clearly, eco-schemes are going to change, how we do things, but hopefully there will be opportunities here as well. Because clearly the CAP, a large part of the budget of the CAP is going to be focused on climate and environmental areas, and we need to be kind of, conscious of that as we design our schemes going forward. So look, we cap and public money from the ministry can't do it all. We need to bring industry into the table here, and I can see this being the same in all EU member states. So we're trying to, you know, bring industry with us and get industry to encourage farmers, their suppliers, to start to make changes also. So in Ireland, you know, many of our co-ops will offer a fertilizer spreading service. Can they do the same for lime now, you know, to encourage farmers to use lime, make it easy for the farmer to use lime? Because as I've said, you know, keeping the lime at the appropriate level, you know, is very important. But do the pricing models for meat and milk products, in our case, do they need to change? You know, can we see some bonus payments that for milk, you know, on farms that enhance the biodiversity, for example? We've seen that in Ireland last year, one of our large dairy co-ops, Glanbia, started to pay a bonus for farmers that had implemented biodiversity measures on their farms. What about bonus payments for farmers that finish their beef animals earlier? If we can finish our beef cattle earlier, it will obviously have a positive impact for the environment. So the point is, the public purse, the cap, can't do everything. We need to kind of work collaboratively with industry in order for us to achieve our goals. Look, Ireland has a very good story to tell. You know, we export to 180 countries all over the world, and we're very proud of that. But some of the, as cow numbers have increased over the last number of years, some of the metrics have started to go in the wrong direction. You know, so we have a challenge now in relation to ammonia and methane, nitrous oxide, water quality. We need to start, you know, getting on top of these things again in order to be the very best industry that we can be. So finally, look, just in conclusion, in terms of our climate neutral vision, you know, what are the key points? Just to summarize, we need to neutralize the climate impact of biogenic methane. So there'll be two focus areas. There'll be animal breeding and new technologies such as feed additives. They're going to be key in order to be able to do this. Ireland has a competitive advantage in grass production, but we need to reduce the losses of nitrogen from the production system. This is a key part of farm to fork. So we'll be not only be reducing the overall level, we'll be also focusing on a new type of nitrogen fertilizer with a urease inhibitor. We need to focus on land management to generate those carbon offsets, whether that be the forestry, the re-wetting of carbon-rich soils, the management enhancement of our hedgerow resource. All these things can contribute to carbon sequestration on the farm. And then, you know, by doing all this, we're going to have positive co-benefits in terms of water quality and biodiversity. So it's a win-win, you know, for all the environmental parameters when we tackle the climate challenge. So I want to thank you for your attention this morning. It's been great to be here with you, and I look forward to the discussion after the presentation. Thank you.
Dale,
thank you very much once again for your presentation. Really very detailed and informative presentation. And as I mentioned, the conference participants are able to ask questions today. We have a couple of questions for you. One of them.
Ar jūs manote, kad žemės ūkio emisijų
that the agricultural emission methodology is correct in calculating emissions in agriculture?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, well, look, we very much have to follow the standard international reporting. The Environmental Protection Agency in Ireland report the agricultural greenhouse gas inventory on our behalf. There are a lot of discussions going on at the moment, as you know, in relation to methane and whether, you know, the global warming of methane is being accounted for correctly, and in the context of the GWP star metric. And that's something that Ireland is very keen to have a conversation on internationally, because we believe that you know, the global warming impact of methane from livestock is being overstated at the moment. So it's something that we very much want to collaborate with our other partners and member states in the European Union to start a conversation around that. The rules can't change between now and 2030, but you know, in the post-2030 period, we believe there is a possibility of influencing a discussion, you know, at international level under the umbrella of the UNFCCC.
Turim dar vieną klausimą.
Okay, we have one more question here. Irish farmers also have challenges in mitigation of the Ghg emissions and the requirements. What is the farmers' reaction in Ireland in relationship to these requirements of the emissions?
Look, it's a very good question, and no doubt this is a challenge. Farmers no more than any other sector of society, you know, at times can be concerned, you know, when change is kind of fostered on them. But we need to work kind of very closely now with the industry and support them to make these changes. So for us, you know, the major change in the short term for farmers is going to be around the issue of fertilizer, reducing that overall fertilizer use to bring down the carbon balance of the farm, and also then, you know, working to change the type of fertilizer they use. So, you know, moving to that protected urea product. So, you know, the farmers, you know, broadly accept that they're going to have to kind of make these changes in order that, you know, Irish agriculture stays competitive, you know, in the international marketplace. We're exporting to 180 countries all over the world. We export 90% of the food we produce. So we have to listen to the market. We've no real choice in this matter. We must make these changes in order to become more sustainable, you know, and protect the Irish family farm for generations to come. Thank you.
Ir Dėlei dar vienas klausimas.
Dale, one more question. In your presentation, you mentioned that a big role is played by the Teagasc, that is the Irish Consultants Agency. What work should your agency do in this process?
Yeah, well, look, Teagasc are an incredibly important part of this process. As you say, there are our education, advisory and research service. And we're very lucky to have an organization like that with those three kind of pillars under the one organization. So Teagasc are going to play a key role in implementing these actions on the ground in Ireland. So, you know, it'll be up to the ministry, you know, to provide them with an appropriate budget to enable them to achieve their objectives. One of the key things that Teagasc are going to do, they're going to set up a number of signpost farms. So these will be like model farms in Ireland that can act as a benchmark for other farmers in the locality to see what sort of changes they need to make and be the best that they can be. So the advisory services, you know, no more than in your own country, they're an incredibly important part of this transition and this journey that we need to make.
Ačiū labai Dėlui už jo
Okay,
atsakymą.
Dale, thank you very much for your replies.
Thank you very much.
And the next speaker today is Mr. Macdara O'Neill, who works in the Irish Consultancy Agency. as Dale mentioned, this consultant agency of Ireland is very important. More than 1,000 employees work for the agency, and about 500 of them are related to research. And Macdara O'Neill is a researcher of the Teagasc, and he will share his insights in the oilseed growing and technologies.
Hello to everyone on today's seminar. My name is Macdara and I'm a gaseous emissions researcher with Teagasc, and today I'll be talking about the impact of crop establishment systems on winter oilseed rape yield, soil microbiome and greenhouse gas emissions. I'd like to thank the organisers for giving me this opportunity to speak at today's seminar. To provide some context into why we carried out these studies, in Ireland, cereal cropping dominates the arable area, and there are very few break crops that are sown in between these continuous rotations. There was a desk study carried out in Teagasc, CropQuest, which identified beans and oilseed rape as prime candidates as break crops for these cereal cropping systems. And both beans and oilseed rape have the potential to yield high in the Irish climate. In the case of beans, they have the ability as legumes to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere and also to provide nitrogen to the succeeding crop. In addition, it can provide us with an indigenous source of native protein for animal feed. In the case of oilseed rape, it has the potential to remove the take-all fungus in between wheat rotations. And not only that, but it has multiple benefits in terms of improving the yields of the following wheat crop. So we have little information on how best to establish these break crops, and that's really the purpose of the study, and to see can we do it in a way that's economically viable. And currently the two systems which are available would be plough-based establishment systems and non-inversion establishment systems. However, we have very little research conducted on how these non-inversion tillage systems perform in our climate. So the main aim of the study was to evaluate the impact of plough-based crop establishment systems versus the non-inversion min-till and strip tillage systems. And what we want to do is to determine their impact on crop growth, development and yield, to identify whether we need a different approach for each of the different tillage systems. We want to look at the microbiome, i.e. the microbial populations and communities that exist in the soil adjacent to the root and the shoots of each plant, and also in the bulk soil areas. And the final goal was to look at greenhouse gas emissions and to see whether different crop management and crop establishment systems can optimize yield whilst at the same time reducing emissions of greenhouse gases. So we can see here, these are the three tillage systems we investigated. So on the far right, we see the plough-based system, where soil was cultivated to a 20 centimeter depth, followed by one pass, and plants were sown using a conventional seed drill at 125 and 600 millimeters apart. In the middle, we have the min-till system, which was a multiple tine stubble cultivator that cultivated the soil to 7.5 centimeter depth. So following on from minimum tillage, the seed was sown with a conventional cultivator drill at the 125 and 600 mil row spacings. The strip tillage system on the far left here combined both cultivation and seeding simultaneously. So we can see here that the soil was cultivated at the same depth as the ploughing system, but due to the configuration of the seed cultures, the seed could only be sown at 600 mil wide row spacing. And again, these are the trials. So these trials were carried out over 3 years. The first trial looked at the impact of row width, seed rate, across two variety types. Row spacings varied from the conventional 125 mil up to an ultra wide row spacing of 750 mils between plants. The seed rate varied from a low seeding rate of 10 up to a conventional seeding rate of 60 seeds per meter squared. And these were examined over two biomass variety types. The standard biomass variety was cultivar Compass, and the low biomass variety types were BX105 and cultivar Troy. In the second trial, we investigated the various systems. So this looked at the various tillage systems for the different row space and settings. And we could see then for the plough and strip till systems, there were canopy nitrogen management strategies evaluated within the same trial. And then the final experiment looked at the nitrogen response. So in this, we examined the plough and the strip till systems at varying rates of nitrogen fertilizer, which went from a control at 0 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare up to a maximum of 320 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So the main parameters we measured: crop performance was examined in all trials. And for crop performance, we looked at establishment, which looked at plant density between the different cultivation systems. Growth was examined via examining monthly measurements of leaf area index and green area index and the general vegetative biomass accumulated. And in each year then, the dry matter yield was obtained for each trial. For the microbiome trial, some of the trials were used, and this involved taking the DNA analysis of the soil and plant samples in a trial examining the plough and strip tillage systems. And there was also a DNA analysis taken for the rotation trial, which examined the impact of crop rotation on take-all fungus, which we will examine later. And the final thing we measured, which is primarily my work, we used the majority of the trials, and we examined three main gases: carbon dioxide, CO2, nitrous oxide, N2O, and methane, CH4. And in a separate trial, we also examined the ecosystem carbon exchange using a unique method. So the first set of results from the crop performance trial looked at the impact of row weight for the two cultivars, with row weight varying from 125 to 750 mils on the x-axis and yield is on the right axis. And this was determined over 2 sites. So we can see ultimately that there was no difference in yields when we increased row spacing up to 500 mils. However, we do see that at one site there was a significant yield drop at 750 mils. And one of the reasons for this could be related to a decrease in plant density at crop establishments, which could be due to the cultivation method. And this could also lead into a drop in the green area index. So if there isn't enough vegetative cover, there is a significant loss in the amount of light that was intercepted, and this may have negatively impacted on yields. But what the results do show is that oilseed rape can overcome a wide row spacing, and typically when sown at a lower plant density, oilseed rape tends to produce more branches and more seeds per plant in compensation for yield, compared to the conventional row spacing where a lot of the pods and seed are generated in the terminal branch. So what it could suggest is that the width of 500 to 600 mil row spacing can achieve optimal yields, whereas in some cases a really wide row spacing of 750 mils might be suboptimal to crop yields. In the second set of results, the impact of seed rate and row width was examined for the two cultivars, and we can see initially that there was no impact at site 2 with seed yields. So similar to row spacing, when the crop was sown at a lower seed rate, each individual plant compensated in seed yields to accommodate for the variation in the plant stand. Whereas we can look at site number 1, and the drop in yield at the lower seed rate could be related to overwinter grazing effects, where again, if there isn't enough standing vegetative cover, there isn't enough solar radiation that's intercepted, and this could lead to a decrease in yield potential later on. And one of the other promising results of this study was that there was little interaction between seed rate and row spacing for each variety type, which means that both the conventional and the low biomass variety types can have similar yield potentials in Ireland. But typically the take-home message from this result is that lower seed rates should be avoided if there are risks of poor crop establishment or overwinter grazing, typically by wood pigeons. When we look at the various crop establishment systems, there was no significant difference in yield between the conventionally ploughed systems and the min-till and strip-till systems at various row spacings. This can be seen as a very positive result in that oilseed rape can be cultivated in a variety of ways without having a negative impact on yields. And even if we look at this result here, where the plough systems had the best crop establishment, or vice versa, the strip till and min till systems had poorer crop establishment, each plant was able to compensate for the difference in the spatial arrangement and increase the seed set per plant, which compensated for the seed set across the entire canopy stand. And this again illustrates the underlying mechanisms where oilseed rape displays this really plastic response when sown at various seed rates, row spacing settings, or different plant densities, to summarize. When we looked at the canopy management response, there was no effect on yields of increasing the nitrogen from 225 to 300 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So when the nitrogen was applied at a later stage of plant development, this nitrogen was not utilized by the plant to aid in an increase in the yields. So overall, it suggests that there is no additional benefit of adding late supply of nitrogen on crop yield. And shown here are the results of yield in 6 sites where the plough and strip tillage systems were compared. And overall, we can see that there was no significant difference on 4 of these sites, whereas in 2 sites, site 1 and 6, we see an increase in plough compared to strip tillage systems. And I guess in some scenarios where we get poor crop establishment in the strip till systems, i.e. this could be due to just poor soil seed contact, or in certain cases where seed is delivered too low in the soil, where there's not enough light to penetrate the soil and enhance germination, that we might see a decrease in crop establishment. And as specified in the earlier slides, if the green area index is low, especially in the spring, we might see a reduction in yields. But overall, the consensus would be that there are no difference between the plough and strip tillage systems on overall yields. Taking a look at the nitrogen requirement trial, we examined 5 nitrogen rates, including Krol. These ranged from 0 to 320 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, with and without autumn supply of N, which was 30 kilograms of nitrogen supplied in the autumn. The result we found there was that the nitrogen applied in autumn didn't impact on yields, but it did result in an increase in vegetative growth during the autumn and early spring periods. And again, if we look at the nitrogen response curve here for both the plough and strip tillage treatment, we see that there's an increase in yields as you increase the nitrogen rate, but yields tend to plateau after 160 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And similar to the autumn addition of nitrogen, what happens is that the more nitrogen you supply, it's not resulting with an increase in yields. And typically for oilseed rape, additional nitrogen is typically invested into leaf expansion. However, the leaves aren't the harvestable product of the plant. The harvestable product of the plant are the seeds that develop in the pods later on after the leaves have senesced. So an important result we have found is that the economic optimum is actually close to 160 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So this has the dual benefit or win-win of having achieved the optimum yields, but at the same time mitigating end loss to the environment. And it also saves on cost to the farmers in terms of the cost of fertilizer. The second experiments looked at the soil microbiome associated with winter oilseed rape plants. And in general, it's a symbiotic relationship between plants and microbes. So generally, plants will supply carbon to microbes, and microbes will be able to provide different nutrients for plant growth. And generally, the plant species that's grown will generally modify the soil microenvironment, which will then shape the type of microbial community that will exist on or within that plant. The first experiment examined the impact of soil cultivation technique on the soil microbiomes. And because tillage alters the soil physicochemical characteristics and potentially the microbes which can live near or within that plant, it could be hypothesized that the different cultivation methods will alter those niches and should alter the microbial community living near the oilseed rape plants. So in this experiment, soil and plant samples were taken from the plough and strip till plots at various growth stages. There were bulk soil and rhizosphere soil, i.e. the soil that was located adjacent to the roots of the plants. And for the plant samples, the roots and the shoots were examined. And these were the 4 compartments. And within those 4 compartments then, DNA was extracted to identify the different microbial populations that existed in, around, or on those plants. The main results suggest that the root and shoot and soil microbiome evolves over the season, which means that there are different microbial populations and communities that exist during different stages of plant growth. And one of the interesting findings that was found, located in this experiment was that the tillage system will impact on the microbial communities, and in particular on the root and shoot colonies, less so on the rhizosphere. So what was found is that in the conventional tillage and strip tillage treatments, there was an enrichment in the operational taxonomic unit of the microbial populations that were found between the different treatments. And because you have this different enrichment, it would suggest that type of cultivation that you use shapes the type of microbial populations and communities that are found in oilseed rape populations. A second experiment involving the soil microbiome looked at the incidence of take-all in different crop rotations and different soil cultivations from which oilseed rape was sown. And in this, quantitative PCR was used to determine the presence of Pseudomonas species, and these produce 2,4-diacetyl fluoroglucanol. And this is essentially a biocontrol which acts against take-all fungus. So what was measured in this trial were soils taken from a wheat cultivation, an oilseed rape wheat cultivation, and oilseed rape that was cultivated by plough and strip till. The main results of this were that by using crop rotation and crop rotation in combination with strip tillage, there was an increase in the Pseudomonas species that produced this active agent, this Ghg. And that's quite an important result, as it confirms both the usefulness of oilseed rape as a break crop, in that it can remove the take-all fungus if wheat is to succeed, but also in that strip tillage, which was the new cultivation method, actually increased the production of 2,4-Ghg. And again, going forward, this means the strip tillage would be considered a sound cultivation in terms of its cost, its timeliness, and its ability to enhance the production of this biocontrol for take-all fungus. Okay, and on to the final set of results, which were related to the greenhouse gas emissions from the different oilseed rape cultivations, which formed the bulk of my PhD work. The first result I'll show is related to the soil carbon dioxide loss at sown. And typically, the more intensive you plough, the more carbon you can potentially release. And the mechanical disruption of soil aggregates tends to release some of this previously stored carbon, which then becomes available for microbial utilization. And what can happen is the more ploughing you conduct, the more aggregates you break up, and over time you should see an increase in carbon dioxide emissions. So this is just a short-term study that was conducted over 2 weeks to examine the short-term losses of carbon dioxide after the initial tillage event. And you can see in the top panel we have the plough, in the middle panel we have strip tillage, and the lower is minimum tillage. And for this, the CO2 measurements were taken with a chamber directly after the soil was ploughed. And immediately you can see that you have this rapid loss of carbon dioxide that tends to be larger in the plough systems compared to the strip till and the min till system. And what was observed was that it didn't last that long. So this rapid loss was related to degassing of the previously stored carbon dioxide, whereas background rates were generally seen about 2 to 3 hours afterwards. And although there are a few points that we actually examined after the initial plough event, we can kind of see that emissions were quite low afterwards. And it would suggest that the initial impact of tillage was actually quite low on the long-term carbon dioxide losses for the system. In the second set of results here, we looked at the seed rate and row widths. So this is analogous to the crop performance trials that were presented earlier. And what it presented here are the 3 gases. So we have carbon dioxide in the upper panel, nitrous oxide in the middle, and methane fluxes in the lower panels. And on the top of each figure, we have the cultivar. So on the left side, we've got compass, and on the right side, we have cultivar Troy. And on the x-axis then, we have the row spacing and seed rate combinations for each cultivar. And what we found is that there were no significant effects of cultivar or row spacing on carbon dioxide losses. However, averaged across all of the treatments, we found soil carbon dioxide emissions were 21% higher in the lower seed rate, i.e. the 10 seeds per meter square treatments compared to the conventional 60 seeds per meter square treatments. And this is likely due to one hypothesis, in that typically in lower seed rates with winter oilseed rape, the plants tend to remain greener for longer. And we think because the plants stayed greener for longer, they had a longer duration of leaf photosynthesis and a longer duration of intercepted light compared to plant stands that flowered earlier and set seed earlier. So we think then that the increased emissions are likely due to an increase in the longevity of leaves, whereas in the higher seed rates, leaf senescence occurs a lot quicker. However, when we look at the nitrous oxide and we look at the methane, although we found quite large variation, especially for nitrous oxides, we didn't find significant effects of either seed rate or row spacing for the two cultivars. And this despite the emissions in the cultivar Troy for the 125 ml and 10 seed per meter squared treatment were almost double that of the conventional treatments in Compass and Troy. So what that suggests is that although there's quite high variability in nitrous oxide emissions, that these nitrous oxide pulses that occur were not significantly higher over the 6-month periods that we took the measurements from. But it could be interesting to highlight that there are cultivations such as this low seed rate for the low biomass variety, where we could have an enhancement of nitrous oxide emissions. So the next set of results looked at the effect of establishment systems. We have the similar format with carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane. And the main result of this is that we found no effect of crop establishment systems. So, i.e. there was no difference in carbon dioxide emissions, nitrous oxide emissions, or overall methane uptake across the different cultivation systems. So, although we tended to observe higher CO2 emissions in the 125 ml row spacings, i.e. in the conventional and min-till row systems, we also tended to see that there were higher nitrous oxide emissions in the strict till systems, that none of these were essentially significant. And this is kind of a positive result as well. So similar to each of the different cultivation systems achieving similar yields, we also found that there was no immediate effect of cultivation system on soil greenhouse gas emissions, which essentially means that there's not going to be any negative impacts if min-till or strict till systems are used instead of a conventional ploughing system. The next experiment I'll show is the canopy management trial, and in this experiment we wanted to investigate the impact of triazole fungicides, which have plant growth regulation effects, and to see how they impact on greenhouse gases. And the treatments we have here are the S and the H treatments. So S would be related to the standard nitrogen fertilizer rate of 225, and the H is related to the higher fertilization rate of 300 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And the plus and the minus represents with the triazole fungicide plant growth regulation effects, and the minus is just the typical triazole fungicide that's applied. The reason for looking at canopy management effects are twofold. The first is by applying the PGR, we can reduce the height of the plant and we can enhance lateral branching. And this is assumed to increase light interception in the canopy and therefore increase the yields. And another factor of this is that if we increase light interception and the canopy sink strength, that this might allow us to add more nitrogen, which could be further taken up to enhance crop yield. So when we looked at the results, we found that the cumulative carbon dioxide emissions increased by 18% in the higher nitrogen rate treatments. So this is when all of the higher nitrogen rate treatments in conventional till and strip tillage systems were pooled together, were statistically higher than the emissions lost from the standard nitrogen treatments. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly what the mechanism was, but we can hypothesize that it's the extra nitrogen that was applied, especially in the strip till plots, that was enhancing carbon mineralization, which ended up formulating into increased CO2 emissions. And what was different about this trial is that we had a poor crop growth and poor crop yields. And it could be said that the additional nitrogen that was added later during crop growth wasn't utilized by the plants and was instead utilized by the microbes. And in particular, the microbes utilized the N, and they then proceeded to increase decomposition of the soil organic matter or any of the plant residues that were available on the soil surface. However, when we look at the cumulative nitrous oxide losses and the cumulative methane uptake, we found that it was quite variable, but there was generally no significant effect of the plant growth regulator, and there was no impact of the higher nitrogen rate on these losses. And this was an interesting finding because we found that much of the nitrogen that was applied late on was applied in drier soil conditions, which resulted in lower flux rates on average compared to the trials, but consistently a consistent loss of nitrous oxide from the system. So, which was independent of the amount of nitrogen that was applied. This is an overall look of each experiment, and what I've presented here is the yield scaled global warming potential. This is basically the total amount of greenhouse gases emitted per unit yields. And in this case, the global warming potential was calculated by multiplying each gas by its radiative forcing factor. For this, carbon dioxide was multiplied by 1, nitrous oxide was multiplied by 265, and methane by 28. And what this means is that per molecule, nitrous oxide is 265 times stronger than a molecule of carbon dioxide, and methane is 28 times stronger than a molecule of carbon dioxide at re-emitting long-wave radiation, thereby warming the Earth's atmosphere. And a high value here would indicate a less efficient system, or rather it would also indicate a system where more greenhouse gases are emitted per unit of crop yield. So we can see here in the top panel, this was the row space and seed rate trial. And what we found is that the lower seed rate on average had a higher yield scaled global warming potential compared to the higher seed rate. So we see there are additional carbon losses associated with sowing oilseed rape at lower seed rate. And similar as well for the canopy management trial, we observed that there was a higher yield scaled global warming potential in the higher nitrogen rate coils compared to the standard rate. And again, this feeds into the enhanced decomposition of crop residue when there was additional nitrogen added to the trial that was in excess of plant requirements. We didn't see an effect of cultivation systems on the global warming potential. And again, this would illustrate that if in a situation where you have high yielding crop with quite low emissions, that we didn't really see an effect. So ultimately, in certain years, depending on the experiments and experimental conditions, that most cultivations should provide optimal seed yields and thereby reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. What was interesting though is that when we observe the canopy management trial, which was a low yielding trial, we observed the global warming potential was almost twofold greater compared to the row space and seed rate trial and the systems trial. And ultimately this means croplands can be considered a large source of carbon if they are poor yielding, and this seems to be the case for oilseed rape. If you cultivate oilseed rape and you don't get the optimal crop performance, i.e. low growth conditions, poor crop establishment, or in this case the presence of overwinter grazing, this may not translate into a high yielding site, and what you do is you get net loss to the atmosphere. This is another experiment that was run on the N requirement trial. In this case, we looked at emission factors, and an emission factor is essentially the proportion of nitrogen that's lost as nitrous oxide. And the emission factor that's typically used for fertilizer treatments would be 1%. And this would assume that 1% of the fertilizer we apply is lost as nitrous oxide. And the results we found over 2 years, see on the left-hand side is 2014, right-hand side is 2015, was that the emission factors can vary quite widely. So we had emission factors ranging from low values of 0.03% to high values of 1.2%. And generally what we found is that plough systems appear to have lower emission factors compared to strip tillage systems on average. And you can see here the ploughing systems here for each nitrogen rate were mostly lower than strip tillage in 2014. And likewise in 2015, the ploughing emission factors for ploughing were considered lower than the emission factors for strip tillage. But what could be considered an important role here would be relate to nitrogen rate. And as we observed in the nitrogen requirement trial in relation to yields, we didn't see any additional yield benefit increase in nitrogen rate above 160 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And again, we can see this in 3 of the systems, in the plough 2014, 2015, and the strip till in 2015. That it tends that when nitrogen is supplied to that meets the plant requirements, you tend to reduce the amount of nitrous oxide that's emitted. And when nitrogen is added in excess, a lot of that nitrogen is utilized by the microbes, and this can actually enhance the amount of nitrous oxide that's lost. What has to be considered though for future calculation of emission factors would possibly include nitrogen rate and potentially tillage as significant factors in calculating the proportion of nitrous oxide lost from fertilizer application. So we didn't find crop establishment systems that have huge effects on greenhouse gas emissions. So the question was, what were the drivers of the greenhouse gases that we observed for each system? And in this slide, I've just shown the relationship between soil temperature and carbon dioxide emissions. And we can see generally that we found good relationships between the increase in soil temperature and the increase in carbon dioxide emissions. What's shown here though is that on the bottom graph we have observed soil heterotrophic respiration. This is respiration of soil without plants, and we see that the relationship displays a strong quadratic relationship with R-squared values above 0.5. However, when we look at soil respiration in the cropped treatments, we see that there's an increase in CO2 emissions from 10 to 15 degrees, which doesn't really align or doesn't form like a good relationship in terms of predicting CO2 emissions from temperature. And what this suggests was is that a lot of the carbon dioxide coming from the cropped soils has its origin in roots. So during plant growth, above ground photosynthesis will produce carbohydrates which are allocated to the roots and which are then distributed into the soil via root exudates. And it's possible that the root exudates and potentially root respiration are the largest contributors to carbon dioxide emissions in these oil-to-grape cultivation systems. So these set of figures illustrate the impact of temperature and water-filled pore space on nitrous oxide emissions. And we didn't find good relationships between water-filled pore space and temperature on nitrous oxide emissions alone. However, when we graph these together, we can identify the appearance of hotspots or hot moments. And you can see in the row space and seed rate trial that we have this hot moment here at a specific temperature and specific water-filled pore space condition. And it's at these hotspots or hot moments where we have these perfect conditions for enhancing nitrous oxide losses from the system. Again, in the systems trial, we find that there's hotspots existing approaching 10 degrees and above 60% water-filled pore space. And again, this hotspot here at between 12 and 15 degrees temperature at 60% water-filled pore space. In the bottom figure here, which is in the canopy management trial, we generally see consistent flux rates across a wide range of temperatures and water-filled pore spaces, except in the situation where we have an increase in temperature above 16 degrees and approaching 60% water-filled pore space. Ultimately though, what all 3 figures illustrate is that if we have conditions of high soil moisture and high temperature, these can promote denitrification, and it's denitrification which appears to be a considerable pathway for nitrous oxide loss when fertilizer is applied. So independent of the cultivation used to establish oilseed rape, it seems to be that you need a set of conditions which promote the formation of nitrous oxide. And finally, the relationship between methane and soil moisture. And what this figure shows is that we see a kind of positive relationship where we have higher methane uptake by the soil at lower soil moisture, and then methane uptake decreases as soil moisture increases. And this is well-known theory that an increase in soil moisture inhibits gas diffusion and inhibits oxygen reaching the methanotropes which are required to fix the atmospheric methane. What we did find is though that the effect of moisture was largely dependent on the soil ammonium concentrations, and it was only when soil ammonium decreased to a low concentration that methane uptake really proliferated in each of the soils. However, I guess the purpose of this figure is to illustrate that the relationship between methane flux across each of the sites is more or less aligned to soil moisture. In the final experiment, we looked at net ecosystem carbon dioxide exchange using an eddy covariance technique. And in this situation, the sensors here shown on the tower, they measure fluxes of carbon dioxide, i.e. the difference between photosynthesis and respiration for the entire ecosystem. And these were high resolution measurements, so 10 measurements were taken per second over a period of 6 months. And the main results we found is that net ecosystem exchange equated to about 5.3 tonnes of carbon per hectare. This meant that overall the ecosystem was taking up carbon. When we accounted for the carbon exported in seed, this equated to about 2.46 tonnes of carbon, which meant that there was around 2.84 tonnes of carbon remaining in the fields, either via straw residue, stem residue, or root residue. And although this doesn't cover the entire annual period, and we didn't look at emissions or losses after harvest, it could be considered that there is a lot of carbon that's left remaining in the fields, which could have a positive outcome for the carbon balance of an arable cropping system, providing winter oilseed rape is cultivated as a break crop. To summarise the findings of the 3 studies, we found that winter oilseed rape can be established with a variety of plough systems, which include min-till and strip tillage. It can be sown at wide row spacing, up to 600 mils, and at low seed rates, without any negative impacts on the final yield. This indicates that there is a lot of scope to save costs in terms of fertilizer inputs and seed inputs, and there is scope to save on time. That is when we adopt min-till and strip tillage for establishing oilseed rape. In terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, we found that there was very little effect of the initial cultivation event on soil carbon loss, and where we did find some increases in nitrous oxide emissions, that they weren't significantly different between the reduced tillage systems and the conventional plough systems. And finally then, the soil microbiome studies have the potential to reveal certain mechanisms to which management can impact on production. And certainly for the rotations trial and the use of strip tillage when established in winter oilseed rape, does seem to have very positive impacts on removing the take-all fires. So finally, I would like to thank everyone here, and thank you very much for your time, for listening to the talk, and obviously my supervisors and PhD compatriots along the way. So thank you very much.
Ačiū Macdarai už labai išsamų ir tokį tikrai mokslinį pranešimą, kuriame paliesta buvo daug įvairių faktorių. Na ir galutinės išvados parodė, kad iš tikrųjų darbas yra svarbus ir tam tikri technologiniai sprendimai yra labai svarbus. Ponas O'Neill, ar jūs esat su mumis? Ar girdit?
Mr. O'Neill, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, I can hear you.
Yes, fantastic.
Hi, everyone.
We have some questions for you. One of the questions is, a lot of research has been conducted in your work. What would you recommend for Irish farmers? What technologies to use or technological aspects to use in order to diminish GHG? Technological costs and economical costs included.
Oh, thank you very much for the question. I think just based on the study, there are a number of different ways we can establish the crop. Previous work that was conducted in Teagasc and Irish Systems looked at ploughing versus min-till systems, and it was shown that the min-till or other non-inversion systems reduce CO2 emissions by about 50%. So again, this is one kind of input related to crop establishment where we could save in emissions. The other question in relation to nitrogen is likely an area where the farmer could save money. It also has the win-win where you can save on fertilizer costs, you can reduce emissions of nitrous oxide to the atmosphere, and with less nitrogen applied, there's likely going to be lower amounts of nitrate leached into groundwater reserves. So in terms of cultivating winter oilseed rape, it looks like these are kind of the two avenues which we could explore and how farmers could kind of justifiably establish a crop in an economic way that's good for savings.
Mūsų konferencijos dalyviai klausia, ar
The question is, seed norm, was it minimization of seed norm, was it in all the experiments? And what about soil DNA? Does it have any correlation with the crops?
Okay, thank you for the question. In relation to seed rate, yes, so the conventional seed rate would be 60 seeds per meter squared. And typically when oilseed rape is established, the main aim is to get a good green cover. So it's to achieve an LAI and GAI over 3.5 come the springtime. So the option of sowing at a low seed rate, obviously it's another savings for the farmer. However, if sown at a low seed rate, you run the risk of winter grazing. And what we observed in the two trials was that once wood pigeons grazed the crop over winter, in some scenarios that there wasn't enough regrowth then come spring. And when the nitrogen was applied, we didn't see substantial growth and resulted in yield losses. So the advantage of sowing at the low seed rate though is that oilseed rape has great plasticity. So what happens is due to the spatial arrangement of the stands, each individual plant will grow more lateral branches, and as a result will compensate yield by producing more seeds per plant. In terms of lowering the seed rate, it comes at a risk in general, and it would depend. You could get a very good crop with 60 seeds per meter squared or 10 seeds per meter squared, but it is dependent on crop establishment and grazing. I guess the second point in that is if you get poor crop establishment where you have too few seeds, you won't have enough vegetation to intercept solar radiation, and you won't have enough growth then come the springtime. In terms of the DNA work, it's essentially pioneering, and to actually obtain a good result in one of those trials was a result in itself. And we think mainly with the crop rotations trial, there does seem to be an advantage of sowing oilseed rape as a break crop, and that was essentially to remove the incidence of the take-all fungus. I think another point in that though was related to sowing different break crops, including oilseed rape, instead of wheat, can remove the substrate that's there for the fungus. So I think the benefit of sowing oilseed rape within break crop rotations is evident from the studies there. And I guess the other part was to look at where we have seen different enrichment in species with the strip tillage systems. And again, it's still open to investigation where we see what the impact is overall. Will it include an increase in beneficial species, or could it increase in pathogenic bacteria? Again, there's more research is kind of needed on how widespread cultivations impact the soil microbiome, but the initial results look promising.
Ačiū Macdarai už atsakymus.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you very much.
Stay with us if you can for the discussion. And now, one more time, I want to remind you how you can ask your questions in the slide system.
Ačiū. Ir dabar
Thank you. Now I would like to present one more participant of our conference, Dominica Crawl, also works in Ireland, agriculture advisory service. She's a scientist, mostly about livestock. Why Dominica presentation is very important. Irish statistical data on livestock. And for example, milk cows in 2013, it was 1,200,000, and nowadays it's 2 million cows that can be used for milking. That means that they need more. They need more space. They need more food for the cows, and that means more manure. So again, what can be done to minimize or mitigate GHG? Dominika, the floor is yours.
Welcome everyone. So the focus of my talk today is reducing gaseous emissions from slurry. So I will dive right in. I will discuss this topic in the context of Irish agriculture and Irish research. So the first question to answer is that what are these slurry emissions? What activities produce them? And what's their importance in the context of Irish agriculture? Right. Okay, now, so what are the sources of slurry emissions in agriculture? So slurry produces two types of emissions of interest: greenhouse gases and ammonia. And ammonia is not a greenhouse gas; it's an air pollutant, but it also indirectly contributes to greenhouse gases. So starting with greenhouse gases, what you can see here is a chart presenting the percentage share of different activities in emitting greenhouse gases. So here the categories relevant to slurry emissions are manure management, N2O, so nitrous oxide, manure management, CH4, so methane, and direct N2O from managed soils. So this category encompasses both synthetic and organic fertilizer, as well as grazing excreta left on pasture. On the other side, you can see percentage share of different activities producing ammonia emissions. And here what's relevant for ammonia is the manure management at housing and storage, land spreading, along with grazing. So these are all the activities that produce ammonia emissions. So overall, slurry is responsible for approximately 20% of our agricultural GHGs, and up to 90% of ammonia. This is substantial. So the question is why and how to reduce ammonia emissions. This brings us to what I call an ammonia challenge. So ammonia is regulated by two pieces of EU legislation. NEC directive, so National Emission Ceiling Directive, is responsible for ammonia emissions, while Habitats Directive governs the allowable levels of ammonia concentrations in ambient air. And in my talk, I'll focus solely on emissions in the NEC directive. So we've been in breach of Ghg Directive since 2016 consistently. And not only that, but since 2020 with a new, more stringent ammonia emission reduction target, which is 1% reduction relative to 2005. And that's to be achieved between 2020 and 2029. And from 2030 onwards, we will need to further reduce our ammonia emissions by 5% relative to 2005. So this is substantial because most of our ammonia emissions come from agriculture, between 98 and 99%. And ammonia emissions in Ireland have been increasing since 2011 in line with increasing agricultural activity. So what will it mean for the future? What I want to show you here is the impact of carrying on as normal, so business as usual, without any mitigation. And this is a graph showing emissions modeled for the next 10 years in the absence of mitigation, where the 3 lines represent the 3 possible scenarios of agricultural activity. And the 2 points in 2020 and 2030 are our emission targets. So this is very clear that without any mitigation, we will be breaching our Ghg Directive targets in every year between now and 2030. So this is the why for reducing ammonia emissions. And now I'll be moving on to how. So firstly, I want to introduce you to a concept of manure management chain. So it starts with an animal excreting. If that excreta happens on pasture in the form of dung and urine, this causes emissions, and that's pretty much the end of that pathway, the end of the manure management chain. However, if the excreta is deposited at hard standing or in animal housing, then that excreta moves into storage and then ultimately land spreading. So it's stored in a slurry storage and then land spread as slurry. And where the impact is that as that slurry moves through different steps of the manure management chain, that gives rise to emissions at every of this step. What I've added here to that graph is another source of ammonia emissions, which is not strictly within manure management chain, but that synthetic fertilizer that we need to remember is also a significant source. During today's talk, I'll focus on storage and land spreading emissions, but I'll pretty much touch on all of the categories mentioned here. So starting with slurry emissions during storage. The feature of Irish agriculture is that most of our cattle houses have slatted floors with slurry stored in tanks underneath. So this diagram here is a concept of that. So if you think about it, that's your slurry tank with the slatted floors. And ammoniacal nitrogen in the slurry can evaporate through the slats. So within our research, we look at abatement potential of a variety of slurry treatments during housing and also during slurry storage. So because of that, those slatted sheds where animals are housed and slurry is stored, they're combined, and our ways of reducing ammonia emissions from those activities are limited. So what you can see here on the right-hand side is a nice small experimental setup for measuring efficacy of different slurry treatments to reduce ammonia emissions. So why do we look at those slurry storage emissions? So there's a number of aims here. The first one is to refine the national emission factors for new measures. So basically to prove their efficacy, how much they reduce emissions. So here we're looking at slurry amendments and not only their impact of ammonia, but also on associated greenhouse gases. And we can look at typical slurry acidification, which is already used in other European countries. Then the next steps that are important here is the inventory incorporation. So it's not only about knowing a way of reducing ammonia emissions, but this abatement needs to be, we need to be able to prove it. So we need to be able to monitor, quantify and verify those emission reductions. And also there might be difficulties in terms of collection of activity data to do it. So this is something to remember of. And lastly, also, what are the impacts of such measures on air quality? And in Johnstown Castle, we have done, we've carried out a number of research projects on slurry amendments and slurry acidifiers. So starting with typical chemical acidifiers, we can see here that they are very efficient at reducing not only ammonia emissions, but also methane from a number of acidic amendments. And these are the most standard chemical amendments for slurry during storage. However, we've also looked at a number of potential alternative acidifiers. So when you think about chemical acidifiers, this is chemicals such as acids that need to be bought and brought to the farm. However, there might already be byproducts and waste products of agricultural and food production industry that might be already acidic in nature, or they might, after inoculation of slurry, cause drop in pH in the by producing lactic acid during the fermentation process. However, the difficulty with researching those amendments is that we've seen very variable response in terms of ammonia emissions and greenhouse gas emissions. Some of them are more promising than others. And if you remember the first photo that I showed you of our small scale experimental setup to measure, to simulate slatted tanks in the animal sheds, here you can see a much larger setup that we have in Johnstown Castle, where we have a number of cubic meter tanks, and we can investigate efficacy of a number of treatments at a much larger scale. And the importance of such experimental setups is that although this is an intermediate part from a very small incubation scale to a proper commercial tank scale. So it's extremely useful for us. So that's on the storage, and I want to very quickly move on to land spreading emissions. So here, what's important to note is that ammonia emissions increase in dry, sunny, and windy weather. So if you think about it, this is really a very good laundry drying weather is also a weather that's conducive to ammonia emissions. And that majority of ammonia emissions occur very quickly within the 24 hours after application of that manure. So any mitigation options need to happen quite quickly. And as I say, there is an impact of environmental and weather conditions on ammonia post-slurry spreading. This is what you see in terms of nitrogen loss after slurry application across the year. So again, typically slurry emissions and slurry losses are higher in the summer. So predominantly the ways to reduce those losses is either to move slurry application to earlier in the year and also match it better with plant demand, or use other ways of reducing emissions here. The very well-known way of reducing those losses is by using what's called low emission slurry spreading techniques, or otherwise called LAAS. So whereby the typical a traditional way of spreading slurry used to be broadcast or splash plates that you can see here. The more modern techniques such as trailing shoe deliver multiple benefits to not only reducing emissions, but also reducing odor and reducing grass contamination. So for example, during slurry application in the summer, when broadcast application can lose nearly half of plant available nitrogen from the slurry, moving on to low emission slurry spreading can reduce those losses to below 20%, which is quite substantial. Then lastly, the last way of reducing losses from land spreading of slurry is again using slurry acidifiers and amendments to reduce pH and ultimately reduce emissions. So there's a possibility there for amendments to be applicable at storage and also at land spreading stage. So ultimately what this brings us on to is by using low emission methods, we don't also reduce ammonia emissions, but there's added benefits on the plant agronomy because there's more nitrogen retained in the slurry and more nitrogen available to the plants. Therefore, the value of that nitrogen is higher in the different low emission slurry spreading methods, and the nitrogen fertilizer replacement value of the slurry is higher. So this is really what we should be striving for. Then I want to just very quickly tell you that although we've already done a huge amount of research into slurry emissions in Ireland, we currently have a project looking at, again, abating ammonia from agriculture, but moving from a plot scale to a really large scale, when at field scale, we're looking at ammonia emissions and abatement by using less and also by using amendments and a combination of both as well. And we'll also be looking at concentrates, how those emissions lead to different concentrations of ammonia in the air and what impact this has on ecosystems and on human health. And ultimately, we'll also investigate any barriers to uptake of those abatement measures on the ground. And the other bit of research that I wanted to mention is on anaerobic digestion and the resultant digestate, because although we've done a huge amount of research on slurry, the AD technology is not really that well developed in Ireland, and there is a number of questions with regards to digestate, which potentially could produce higher ammonia emissions than slurry because there's more plant available nitrogen in that material. So that's our net focus for the next years. Then very quickly, I know I said that I will touch on other sources of ammonia emissions from manure management chain. So this is hard standing, cattle housing and grazing. So just three very quick examples to show you that one, scraping of excreta deposited at hard standing is a very effective way of reducing ammonia emissions from that source. But it's also important that this is done as quickly as possible, because the longer we leave it, the less ammonia emissions, we're able to mitigate. Similarly, when it comes to cattle housing, what's important here is what you can see here is emissions from 4 buildings, A, B, C, and D. And the two things that I'd like you to note here is the differences between the different parts of the building. So depending on how the ammonia is measured might give a wide variety of results. So the whole building needs to be taken into account. But also not only that, but the total emissions for the whole building really vary between them. So there's a huge variability depending on the building itself. And because there's no one design for a cattle shed, but they're all slightly different, this really needs to be taken into account. Lastly, on the animal grazing and the ammonia associated with that, what I'd like you to take away from here is to see that there are differences in emissions depending on the time of application and whether the material that is applied is dung or urine, because obviously urine has more available nitrogen, while in the dung majority of nitrogen is that organic form that takes longer to break down. But ultimately what I've been showing you here is what's called component research. And to elevate it to the next level, myself and the colleagues carried out what's called a marginal abatement cost curve analysis. This is really a benchmarking exercise which looks at the number of those individual mitigation measures and see how much mitigation they can deliver and how much it might cost. So this graph actually shows you the width of the bar is the cost of each mitigation measure, and the height of the bar is the cost. And if the bar is below the zero line, this is actually a cost saving measure. And if it's above the line, then this means that it's costing us money. And the main take-home message from this graph is there are two measures that can deliver approximately 80% of ammonia mitigation in Ireland. And this is moving to low emission slurry spreading and moving away from urea-based fertilizers to fertilizers such as protected urea that have a urease inhibitor that reduce those ammonia losses. So, and on the overall, from the suite of ammonia mitigation measures that we investigated in our MAC analysis, the vast majority of them are on the animal side and on the manure management side. So this shows you the importance of that research. So now I've showed you a very bleak future in the absence of any mitigation. And now I want to show you where we can be if we adopt all of the mitigation measures as outlined in the ammonia MAC. So what you can see here is the 3 lines going into the 2030 future, and depending on the level of agricultural activity, in 2 out of 3 scenarios, we can reach compliance relatively quickly. Not in 2020, but definitely for 2030. However, if the agricultural activity keeps on increasing very dramatically, then we might be in that top line, and we might still need to look at more mitigation to reach our targets. Right, so that was a quick pit stop tour on the ammonia side of things. And now a similar question is posed for greenhouse gas emissions. So why and how to reduce GHG emissions? And while I already spoke a little bit about why, in terms of Slurry being a very serious source of greenhouse gas emissions, the question remains. So similarly to ammonia emissions, our future without mitigation means that we will not be able to achieve our emission reduction targets, which are at approximately here by 2030. And this is a projected agricultural activity going to 2030. So again, mitigation is badly needed. And similar to what I showed you on the ammonia side, where we looked at a number of component research and then ultimately picked it into an analysis of the marginal abatement cost curve. We did a similar analysis for agricultural GHG emissions. So what you can see here is very similarly to the ammonia MAC, we have a GHG MAC showing the different ways of reducing emissions. Okay, and here when it comes to GHG mitigation measures, it's maybe a little bit fewer than on the ammonia side, where there's 3 targeted measures that are targeted at manure management. So the first one is reduced crude protein in pig diet. It's not really to do with manure already after production. This is really targeting the content of that manure, especially in terms of nitrogen. By reducing crude protein in the pig diet, we are reducing nitrogen excretion and associated ammonia and greenhouse gases. So ultimately, what's important to remember is that there's a number of ways to reduce both greenhouse gases and ammonia emissions from manure management chain and from the different steps of the manure management. However, there might be interdependencies. There are interdependencies between greenhouse gases and ammonia. So first, by reducing ammonia emissions, we can also very often reduce indirect nitrous oxide emissions, so greenhouse gas emissions. So for example, the low emission slurry spreading provides so much reduction in ammonia mitigation that it also reduces the indirect N2O. So what I said to you at the very beginning is ammonia is not a greenhouse gas, but it is a source of indirect GHG emissions. Secondly, what's worth remembering is that altering timing and technique for land spreading of manure is a very efficient way of reducing ammonia emissions. However, the caveat is that it might potentially increase the direct N2O emissions. So while I said that the weather that's conducive to ammonia losses is a good drying weather, the opposite of that, so let's say wet and kind of moist and warm weather, it's particularly conducive to nitrous oxide emissions. So we do need to remember that. Similarly, low emission slurry spreading, especially injection, deposits slurry directly into the soil and can stimulate soil microbes to reduce nitrous oxide emissions. So ultimately, by combining low emission slurry spreading and spring application of manure, so targeting that timing to spring, will reduce ammonia emissions and should also reduce total N2O emissions by reducing ammonia so much. Reducing crude protein content in diet will also reduce both ammonia and nitrous oxide emissions. So this is this is a good synergy. However, there is a limited application of those measures where animals are at pasture, and this is really what the big issue in Ireland is, because our pastoral agriculture is primarily pasture based, and that means we're limited to how much we can reduce diet of grazing animals. And finally, slurry amendments can be added during manure storage, but also during manure land spreading, and they reduce both ammonia emissions and greenhouse gases such as methane. So that's just the caveats of interdependencies and kind of positive and negative impacts of those emission mitigation measures of both greenhouse gas and ammonia. And that's absolutely not to be negative, but to show you the difficulty in designing any mitigation measures to take into account not only one environmental problem, but not to end up with pollution swapping. And that's really the last message I want to leave you with. And here, if you're interested in the content of my talk, here are the links for further reading of the documents that I mentioned in my talk, in particular the ammonia and greenhouse gas max. And if you're interested in how our graphs looking at our future agricultural activities were created, that's here as well. And also what's important is those government strategy documents that will guide us in the years going forward. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much and finish my presentation here.
Ačiū Dominikai už pristatymą.
Thank you, Dominic, for your presentation. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Turim keletą klausimų jums iš
We have a
konferencijos.
couple of questions now from the participants of the conference. One participant is asking you, what's your opinion about the biological additives to mitigate the ammonium evaporation from manure?
Yep, yeah. So during our research in Johnstown, we have looked at a number of different amendments. So they're broadly divided into chemical acidifiers, maybe waste products, physical amendments, biological amendments. So we've been researching a number of them, and the most kind of tried and tested products that are not only available on the market, but that are already used extensively in some of the European countries are chemical acidifiers that drop the slurry pH just by being acidic by nature. When it comes to biological amendments, the mode of action is a little bit more complicated because it's literally inoculating slurry with microbes that do not belong to that microbial biome of the slurry. So here the results of using those biological amendments are not as well researched, and the mitigation efficacy is not always as reliable as with chemical amendments. So not to discourage people to use them, I think we need to be very careful about looking at the labels and what actually is in the amendment and what the mode of action is, how that amendment is supposed to reduce emissions.
Ačiū Dominikai už atsakymą ir turim dar vieną labai konkretų klausimą.
Thank you, Dominika, for your reply. And we have another question from the requirements of manure management. Are your farmers required, according to your requirements, to plow the manure in 4 hours period?
As far as I'm, so this is to do more so with arable land use as opposed to grassland. So I feel like Macdara would be the best person to answer that question. But I think at the moment I can't remember what the required incorporation time is, but I have a feeling that it's longer than 4 hours. However, because the ammonia emissions occur very quickly after manure application, really the quicker the manure can be incorporated into the soil, the better.
Ir dar vienas klausimas iš jūsų prezentacijos.
One more question from your presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned that it would be not difficult to reach your targets of ammonium emission for 2030. But when we look at the 3 scenarios, we can really see the drop of ammonia emissions from 2020 to 2030. What kind of measures you will use to achieve this target?
Okay, so what my figure shows, first of all, if I made an impression that reducing our ammonia emissions to comply with our ammonia emission targets will be simple, I apologize for that, and that's certainly not the case. It's reducing ammonia from our agriculture is very challenging. Firstly, because we're pretty much solely responsible for ammonia. Our agricultural activity is increasing, and at the same time, we're already breaching our targets at the moment. So there's a large requirement for mitigation there. So that's maybe where we are at the moment. In terms of where we're going and how to achieve that mitigation, if you go back to the marginal abatement cost curve that I presented, this really is our blueprint the kind of measures that we can use to reduce emissions. With regards to each of those individual measures presented on the graph, there's a so-called adoption pathway for them, meaning that for each of them, we assumed a hypothetical adoption rate. Let's say, you know, for example, for low emission slurry spreading, we used a document that Dale Crammond spoke about, so a climatized document, as our guidance document in terms of how much of the low emission slurry spreading we are expected to achieve. So, for example, here the target is very challenging. We're going from a relatively low levels of less to up to 90% in 2030. So that will, you know, that will provide a huge amount of mitigation. So in terms of how we'll achieve that compliance, is really looking at adopting of full adoption of the MAC that I presented to you. And then everything really hinges on that agricultural activity. So the three scenarios that I've presented are kind of the most likely scenarios at the moment, but this really depends on the agricultural activity. There's only so much of it that we can predict within our economist colleagues in terms of what will happen with animal numbers, with Brexit, with the new CAP, and what produce and what the amount of produce the Irish farmers will carry out. That's why what you see in those three lines with mitigation is the full application of the MAC graph and the MAC mitigation measures and what it means for those three scenarios. So if we're within the lower limit of our agricultural activities, then we will be able to achieve that compliance more comfortably. But if we continue on the increase as we've been increasing over the last number of years, it will be more difficult. And what it means is that the full adoption of MAC, which in itself is challenging, that won't be enough to get us to the compliance. So in the MAC, we're starting with the more reliable and easier to adopt measures. But once we fully achieve those, we might need to push the system by either focusing on these measures and applying even more of them. Like, for example, less will be applied at 90%, and that might be our limit. It's already very high. Protected urea will be pretty much, all of the straight urea will be changed over to protected urea. So that measure will be exhausted. We will have to look at other measures, whether there's any capacity to push them even further, and look at potential other measures to reduce emissions even further. So this, by all means, this is a challenging scenario.
Ačiū, Dominika.
Thank you, Dominika, very much.
Thank you very much.
Sari Peltonen dalyvauja mūsų konferencijoje. Sari yra iš Suomijos konsultavimo tarnybos ProAgria. Jos prezentacija ir jos pasisakymas bus sekančioje mūsų konferencijos dalyje. Tačiau šiandieną aš noriu pakviesti visus mūsų svečius padiskutuoti dar vienu klausimu ir išsakyti savo nuomonę. Kaip jūs galvojate? Paryžiaus susitarime yra numatyta iki 2050 metų pasiekti nulinės emisijas.
Convention by 2050, zero emissions are to be reached. What challenges for Irish farmers and other countries' farmers? I would ask Dale to start.
So if I got that question correctly, it's in relation to the challenges to get to zero emissions by 2050. Was that correct?
Taip.
Okay, I think, you know, within our climate neutral vision, we're not proposing to go to zero emissions in agriculture. We think that's impossible to achieve, and we don't think it's necessary from a climate neutral perspective. And this is because of the situation in relation to methane. The Intergovernmental Panel on climate change, who are the lead scientists on this topic, they say in order to reduce the global warming impact of methane, it doesn't need to be reduced to zero. So our focus will be very much on reducing, methane emissions by that approximately 30% by 2050. So that's going to leave residual methane within the system. We're going to ignore that then, and then we want to just offset the nitrous oxide emissions that are left within the system. So that's our vision of climate neutrality. Agriculture is a biological system, so it's going to be impossible to reduce emissions to zero within agriculture. It's unlike transport or other sectors where CO2 emissions must go to zero, but agriculture is different because of the nature of its gases. And it's important, I think, that globally, we build alliances around this narrative. This is the approach that New Zealand government are taking in relation to methane. And I think, it's important that we all collaborate together now, influence the European Commission to set similar type targets for methane. Methane is very different to the other gases. Thank you.
Ačiū Dale'ui. Ką galvoja Macdara?
Thank you, Dale. What about Macdara? What do you think?
Well, I think to follow on from Dale's answer, there's certainly a lot of scope to save in terms of nitrogen losses. And what's highlighted previously is that we're currently using emission factors, which they don't account for different management practices. So these would be typically the tier 1 emission factors that are given by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. But a lot of the Teagasc research has indicated that we can move to tier 2 emission factors, which are specific to certain management practices. And as outlined by Dominika, protected urea is likely one of these managements we can use that will save on both nitrous oxide emissions and ammonia loss. So these are kind of important factors we need to account for. And again, in terms of nitrogen loss, timing seems to be of utmost importance in that we have to apply nitrogen in a way that's going to meet the plant demand. And it's also going to minimize emissions to the atmosphere and likewise emissions into groundwater, for example, for nitrate leaching. So yeah, we have quite stringent targets to reach. Like we are expected to reduce emissions by 10% by 2030. And again, if we look at arable systems, generally they're considered either neutral or slight carbon losses. But even current research that's now been published for the British Isles, so that would include Ireland and the UK, that methane would now be considered a source from arable systems. So again, there's a lot of research we still need to conduct to actually understand how to mitigate a suite of greenhouse gases from each system and help us go towards our targets for 2030 and eventually for 2050.
Ačiū Macdarai.
Thank you, Macdara.
Thank you.
Dominika, could you please also say something on this topic?
Of course. So my colleagues already said, mentioned some very good points. Maybe just to go back to what Dale said about methane being very different. Methane is a short-lived gas. So rather than trying to achieve zero methane emissions, which, as Dale said, from agricultural system, which is a biological system, is not very realistic. It's more so about managing our national herd. So as long as the herd doesn't increase, like it has been increasing in Ireland over the years, the methane emissions remain relatively stable, because as the new methane is produced, the old methane is being broken down and recycled in the global carbon cycle. So I think that the big part really is stabilizing methane, reducing nitrous oxide emissions, as Macdara mentioned. So nitrous oxide is a long-lived, very potent greenhouse gas. So here we really need to improve on our management. In terms of, for agronomic reasons, nitrous oxide is nearly inconsequential because we're talking about very small emission factors. However, for climate, these are very, very impactful. Our nitrogen use efficiency on farms in Ireland and elsewhere can definitely be improved, and it really is a win-win scenario of reducing negative environmental impacts, but at the same time increasing efficiency of the system. What we see in Ireland from our national farm survey is that typically the most efficient farmers have the least, the lowest emissions and the lowest surpluses of any nutrients on their farms. So it's really that targeted agriculture and improving the management that will need to work very hard to underpin the sustainability of our systems.
Ačiū Dominikai.
Thank you, Dominika. Sari, what challenges in Finland the farmers will face due to Paris Convention?
Okay, I would say that it's important how we use our fields to increase the wintertime plant coverage, to use cash crops, etc., to increase the carbon binding in soil. I think that's the important things that we increase the carbon sequestration into the soil.
Ačiū Sari.
Thank you, Sari. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Macdara, Dominika, and Sari. Thank you so much for participating in our conference and for very, very useful and very detailed presentations. Our first part of the conference is over at the moment, and colleagues, in 15 minutes break, I am inviting you to come to the second part of our conference. Thank you so much.
Gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai, sveiki sugrįžę po trumpos pertraukėlės. Aš esu Rimtautas Petraitis, konsultavimo tarnybos atstovas. Na ir šiandieną moderuosiu antrąją konferencijos dalį. Praėjo lygiai pusę konferencijos, na ir tikrai džiugu, kad pirmoje dalyje buvo ir daug įdomių pranešimų ir įdomių klausimų, vyko diskusija. Taigi pratęsime mes konferenciją šiandieną. Norėčiau priminti, kad visi, kurie nori užduoti klausimus, juos užduotų per slaido programėlę. Taip pat ne tik užduotų klausimus, bet ir juos reitinguotų ir pagal tai mes užduosime pačius įdomiausius arba daugiausia surinkusius balsų klausimus mūsų pranešėjams. Toliau pagal mūsų programą.
I just want to remind about the possibility to ask questions. And the next speaker is Sari Peltonen, and she's the expert from Ireland, and she will present to us the Finnish experience in implementing sustainable technologies. She's representing ProAgria of Finland. She'll also speak about how these new technologies can provide added value.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sari Peltonen. I come from Association of ProAgria Centers, Finland, where I work as a senior specialist in crop production. Thank you for inviting me in your conference to talk about climate smart farming. So my presentation deals what does it mean when we talk about climate smart farming in Finland. Well, but first some words about ProAgria. Who are we? We are an agricultural advisory organization in Finland, covering the whole of Finland, and we have 9 regional ProAgria centers all over the Finland. And we are offering planning, monitoring, development and consulting services for crop, dairy and cattle farms and for rural enterprises too. The services focus on developing rural and agricultural business to enhance the competitiveness of farms, taking into account environment, climate and biodiversity. We are a non-profit organization and we have about more than 600 employees. Greenhouse gas emissions in Finland. Then first some words about our figures. When talking about agriculture, the proportion of greenhouse gas emissions in Finland are about 11% from the total emissions. The total emissions are about 56 million tons CO2 equivalents, and the share of agriculture is 11% of this proportion, this whole amount. The biggest proportion is from the energy sector, more than 70%, and with the agriculture, the equal share comes from industry. The emissions from the agricultural sector, they come mainly from the fields, then animals, manure, and then liming and other minor things. And when talking about greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture in Finland, the share of 11% means this area, which covers animals, manure, soil, and then liming. But there are also other sources of emissions which concerns agriculture, but they are reported in different sectors, like the land use sector. There is agricultural fields and their CO2 emissions, which are quite big share. And this is mainly due to peatlands, organic soils, which we have about 11% of our agricultural area. And then there's a minor sector concerning energy use in agriculture, which has this 1 million ton of CO2 equivalents. So when not talking about the agriculture as a whole, you in fact have to take all these emissions into account. Although in agricultural sector, we are reporting only these emissions coming from this area. But when talking about climate smart agricultural practices, we have to say that the practices are based on the environmental work which we have been performing in Finnish agriculture for many decades. They are more or less the same kind of measures in environmental work as concerns about climate smart farming methods. And this includes measures in fields, in animal husbandry, and in the use of energy. These are the 3 biggest sectors which we have to take into account when talking about climate smart farming practices. So what are the most important mitigation measures in agriculture in Finland? First, fields. We have to take into account the climate smart farming methods in peatlands. That means organic soils, which we have quite much from the total area of our agricultural field. As I mentioned earlier, about 11%. Then one important thing is to focus on good soil structure, because it it enables to have good yields. And when you have good yields, it is very effective in carbon binding from the atmosphere. Therefore, you have to concentrate on having good soil structure. It's also important to have plant coverage especially during the winter time in the fields, to kind of prolong the period of photosynthesis. So the photosynthesis is going on later and later in the autumns as the autumns are getting more warmer. And it also starts earlier in the spring, when usually we don't in Finland start our spring sowings yet. So it's important to have plant coverage there to promote photosynthesis. In animal husbandry, it is important to consider efficient use of feed, also to the healthy animals, and how to utilize pastures in grazing, and pastures have also important role in biodiversity. And we stress that all the solutions or practices, they have to be farm-based. Not all are suitable to all farms, but you have to pick what are the most suitable and most important measures in your farm. And when talking about soils, to increase organic matter in mineral soils is important. And then on the contrary, in organic soils, in peatlands, it's important to decrease the decomposition of organic matter. The climate smart farming field practices are gathered here in this figure. So there are many things you can or have to take into account. First, I would like to stress the soil structure and the yield capacity. That's very important because we know that when you have a good biomass, it binds carbon from the atmosphere. Then it's important to have a good crop rotation, to have there also perennial crops, grasses, crops with deep root systems. You have to take into account tillage methods, so that there are alternatives to ploughing, and like direct seeding, where you disturb the soil as less as possible. Then the possibilities to look if there are organic fertilizers available and how you can utilize them to increase the organic matter content in your soils. And then in the peatlands, there are specific climate smart farming methods, which means that, or one important is that you cultivate permanent grasses, for example, in peatlands, and avoid strong tillage methods in peatlands. Then all the measures which kind of make your use of inputs more precise. So all the possible methods to use precision agriculture is important, and then of course the use of energy. That's important aspect also. Then in the animal husbandry sector, healthy animals, that's one key issue. Efficient use of manure, and manure also brings organic matter to the soils. Then climate smart farming of grasses as a whole, what kind of mixtures you have, and what is the cutting height, for example. That's important points. Then together with healthy animals, also the animal welfare and the feeding and grazing strategies as a whole are important. In the use of energy, you have to take into account the energy efficient machines and efficient and economical use of machines, that you have very kind of organized farm structure so that you take into account where the field plots are situated and how much you have to travel with the machines. Use of renewable energy is also important, and we in Finland have lots of forests, so we can use woods and all kind of side streams. Energy efficient buildings are important, especially in Finland in our winter time. And then as a kind of one detail concerning the crop production sector is that how do you store, for example, cereals? Do you use drying, or can you store it with acids, for example? But as a whole, it's important to focus your climate smart methods to soils. As you may remember earlier, I showed that how much CO2 emissions in fact come from the soils. So it's important to have good yield performance, which mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and increase carbon sequestration. This means that we have a good biomass growth on the top of the soil and then a good root growth under the soil, and that there are living and active microbial community. These are important. And now that is the kind of key issue, that how much we can store carbon to the soil. And in fact, that's also the kind of open question. We don't have an answer from the research yet concerning this, that how much carbon is sequestrated into the soil. And also this, that how much carbon is going to the carbon cycle to recycle there again. We know that the carbon cycle is a natural cycle. It means that the plant grows, then it dies, and the decomposition of plant debris liberate CO2 into the atmosphere, but then the new crop stands then binds the carbon in its growth. And this relation, that how much carbon is liberated to the atmosphere and what are the measures humans are doing, they are key questions concerning how much CO2 emissions we have. And then how can we promote that how much carbon is sequestrated into the soil. So focus on soil structure is important, and anyway in Finland we have had long periods of monoculturing of cereals, and this has raised problems which now escalate, for example, in extreme weather conditions. So soil structure, living microbes and water capacity, they are very important, and we have now stressed this kind of advice and information to the farmers, and have lots of projects concerning the soil structure. And also our advisors have had education and trainings how to estimate and evaluate the soil structure and find the best methods to improve the soil structure. One question is, which we don't have yet answer, is how to estimate the soil carbon sequestration. We have kind of estimates that if 1% of organic matter is decomposed yearly, it means that we need 900 kilograms carbon to maintain the organic matter contents in the soil. And we need this kind of calculations to estimate that how much biomass is produced in our crop production on top of the soil and under the soil. And then we know that 45% of the biomass is carbon. So we can theoretically calculate that how much carbon is binded into the plant material on top of the and under the soil. But the question that how much carbon remains permanently in soil is still open. And then we have also other issues like how the different tillage methods affect this carbon balance and what is the role of catch crops in carbon sequestration. So there are lots of still open questions, and need of research is very huge. And research is going on in Finland in field conditions and to explore the carbon cycle more precisely. There are, for example, carbon flow measurements in fields, and this is an example that shows what are the carbon flows in a field with this blue line with catch crops or this red line without catch crops. And these measurements are from after the harvest from the September, and as shown from the curves, there are carbon sequestration when the catch crops are growing during the daytime, and then in the nighttime there's a respiration. But there are active photosynthesis, which means that the carbon is sequestrated during later the season, growing season, and after the harvest. And the red line shows here that without catch crops, the field is doesn't bind carbon, and there is a continuous flow of carbon to the atmosphere. So this kind of information we need more to give farmers practical instructions how you can have simply carbon smart farming methods in your field. But when the reality is that we cannot measure every item, every case, the modeling is the key answer how to evaluate the carbon sequestration, and this kind of research is now going on in Finland to give more answers to the open questions. What are the farmers' attitudes to carbon smart farming? Well, when this conversation started 2 years ago, farmers were a little bit surprised because so much kind of negative attitudes came to the farmers because of having cows with lots of CO2 emissions, and this debate was very huge in Finland, and it was the fact that we didn't have in agriculture answers ready to show that what is the real situation in the farm level when concerning about the CO2 emissions. We are used to have, for example, measurements like nutrient balances. We are used to have measurements from yield quality aspects, but the carbon footprint, that was a very new thing, and we didn't have information at the farm level. Now we have built systems to calculate carbon footprint, like here in cereals, so the farmer can put his farming practice information, and he can get answer that how much is the footprint, for example, in cereal cultivation in his farms, and where are the biggest emissions coming from what are the minor emission sources. And now we have started this kind of work in crop farms, in dairy farms, to get more information from CO2 emissions at the farm level. And to get to know what is carbon farming has been important, and there different kind of regional projects have been important to find, and especially to get to know and test different kind of measures which are easy to adopt, effective and cost efficient for farmers, both to mitigate climate change and increase carbon sequestration. And one aim has been to have also economically more productive fields. So it's not only question about climate change issue, there's also this economical aspect going on along this conversation. And carbon sequestration not only for climate change mitigation, but also to improve soil organic matter content, productivity, yield resilience, and soil health. And to increase soil organic matter and biodiversity also increases economical outcome of the production. So these have been kind of the key issues we have informed to our farmers, that when doing so, you can have many positive effects also, not only to the climate, but also to your own production. And this has been very important to find also other positive effects, which also are important to economical outcome of the production. And these regional projects and pilot farms, they have been vital for promoting this climate smart farming. Farmers can get to know other farmers, neighboring farmers, and share their ideas that what can they do better. And there are specialists and advisors also to help find answers to different questions which have been raised among farmers. And one project has been so-called Carbon Action Project, organized by Baltic Sea Action Group, BSAG, and it has boosted among the farmers the interest of improving soil carbon content. And the farmers have been very interested, and as you can see from the photo, the carbon farming can also be fun. So when the farmers share their different practices and different ideas, so it arouses motivation, new motivation, and new interest into carbon farming. Also, interest in catch crops has increased very much among Finnish agriculture, crop production, and for example, to bring advantages especially in monocultural cereal production. And this has been an area we have learned a lot, and there are still lots to be learned. And of course, farmers are interested, and also we in the advisory sector, that will there be new requirements for carbon farming in the new CAP program, for example, or will there be requirements from the food and feed industry to farmers? And there have been now some tendency that different food and feed industry enterprises, they have been taking into account more and more these issues when producing raw material. So there are pressures for farmers also to have more and more being aware about these climate smart farming methods. But not only talking about climate smart farming method and climate change issue, we have to remember that there are also other environmental factors they are not forgotten, and for example, the good status of water bodies, prevention of nutrient leaching, and biodiversity should also be considered. And we know that we have this challenge altogether. We hear living in the earth that the CO2 level are rising in the atmosphere, and we have this challenge that what can be do altogether to mitigate these effects. But in our agricultural sector, we can say that we have solutions. The solutions are that to stress especially the productive and healthy fields, animals and forests, they are the everyday climate smart farming work in all farms. So when you take into account and stress that your fields, animals and forests, and also yourself, you are healthy, well-being, and the fields and animals are productive, then we are more and more steps towards climate smart farming. So this was my presentation from climate smart farming in Finland, and overview of the methods and measures we have been doing. Thank you for your interest, and now if there are questions, I will be here to answer. Thank you.
Ačiū labai, Sari, už pranešimą.
Thank you, Sari, for your presentation. I would say it's a positive and practical presentation, because the Finnish example shows us that the climate environmentally friendly farming is really important for the farmers as well. We have a couple of questions. One of them is whether the tool that you are using to calculate the CO2 emissions, is it just, special for Finland, or can it be used for other countries as well?
Yes, thank you for that question. The tool adopts the general IPCC protocol. So theoretically, it can be used also in other countries, but we have taken into account, for example, our own fertilizers from the Yara company, which has lower CO2 emissions than others. So there are some minor things we have adjusted to Finnish conditions, but these can be easily changed to correspond to the different countries' methods.
Ačiū, Sari. Ir dar vienas trumpas klausimas.
Thank you, Sari. One more short question related to forestry. How do you in Finland encourage the carbon sequestration in forestry?
Well, yeah, I was afraid that this question will come, because knowing that in Finland forests are very big amount in the Finnish area, we have fields only 7% and of the whole Finnish area, but forests much more. Yes, I have to say that this is the very hot topic question at the moment in Finland, and of course we hope that because we have so much forests and also the farms, they own forests, that it can be taken, it could be taken into account in this carbon balance. But there are certain debates in EU how this should be taken into account, and the question and the conversation is going on. But I think we find it not so fair if they are not counted as a carbon sink, but and there are now questions that how much can be counted or so, but so we hope that this gets to some kind of solution which is fair. I promote that it should be fair to the farms and fair to the Finland as a whole.
Ačiū, Sari, labai už atsakymus. Tikrai
Thank you very much, Sari, for your replies. It was really interesting and useful. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you.
And now, that was the last our presenter from abroad, and we are coming back now to Lithuania. I just remind you about the slido.com program possibility to ask your questions. And now we will talk about what we plan here in Lithuania, what is related to the policy from field to fork. And the presentation will be done by Saulius Jasis, representative of the Ministry of Agriculture of Lithuania, and he is chief advisor in the ministry. And I can say that today Saulius is most probably the best expert in the Green Deal policy. He's very deep into this. He's always participating in all the conferences and all the discussion groups. He is second fiddle to none. So, Saulius, can you hear us? Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello,
Greetings to
thank
all
you.
the
And the floor
participants
is
of the
yours.
conference. And the mic is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can see my slides. And I would like to start from main points. First of all, we need to understand that agriculture and climate is highly affected by climate change, as agricultural activities are directly dependent on climatic conditions. And agriculture contributes to climate change by emitting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, methane and nitrogen oxide. So here, of course, the main gases produced by agricultural activities, as I've mentioned, methane from animal digestion processes and kept animal manure, and nitrogen oxide and nitric oxide and NO from organic and mineral nitrogen fertilizers. However, agriculture can contribute to climate change mitigation by reducing greenhouse emissions and sequestering carbon dioxide. So if we look now at EU policy framework for climate policy, and it is related to all the European Union countries. So, as we know, by 2020, December, the decision taken in December 2020 is that by 2030 we have to mitigate GHG by 55%, and of course here we understand that we need to take some decisions. The current GHG reduction target for 2030 is 40%, and the European Council decision by 2030 is 55%, and 2050 is climate neutrality. And First of all, I want to speak about Lithuania, that at the moment our target is 1.9. At the moment, Lithuanian target is 9%, and we cannot logically correlate it with other countries, and how proportionately it was divided by different countries. Of course, we need to see how will EU solutions change national climate commitments by 2030. The current level of Lithuania's GHG reduction commitment, as I've mentioned, is 9%. And the decisions of the European Union have to be taken this year. So this 9% that we are having at the moment, I'm sure in the future, it is going to be absolutely different. It is going to be divided by countries, also in the using different percentage, but at the moment nobody can say what it will be, but possible flexibility in the use of LULUCF in the land use and also land use change and forestry sector. So at the moment I cannot speak about that percentage. So this sector of LULUCF, here we can also be looking for solutions, and solutions can be different. I sometimes hear even such things that, for example, agriculture sector can be related to LULUCF sector at all, and then the game and the rules of the game change completely. One more important factor at the moment is that amount of commitment in the agricultural sector is unknown, and most probably it should be adopted on the level of the state, because we cannot ignore all the other factors on the national level. So fields and sectors are an inner decision of the state. So speaking about Lithuania emission structure of the agriculture, we are different from other countries, and here we can see that it's only the fifth of all the GHG that is on agricultural sectors. And also our colleague from Finland also mentioned that in the energy sector, agriculture also takes part. So now the statistical data for our agriculture sector is most probably all the same, is manure management systems, agricultural soil, intestinal fermentation, liming, urea use, and so on. So what is happening at the moment in Lithuania? Most probably it is very important to mention that livestock, most probably, here you can see GHG trends in crop and livestock production, and you can see it on this table. And I would like to also have a look at European Commission assessment and guidelines and some of the factors, how others see us, how European Commission sees us. And here European Commission is not only showing the political will, but also they are addressing to scientists' expertise. And in the future, the expected climate change will significantly change the conditions of Lithuanian agricultural production. The sector will be more vulnerable due to expected decrease in summer precipitation, increased winter storms and floods, increased risk of pest and disease outbreaks. So these three factors mean that there is a need to help agriculture adapt to climate change by promoting adaptive farming practices, appropriate investment, and the use of risk management measures. Because in the critical situation, we need help. And some funds can then cover critical years and damage so that agriculture survives and farmers and their farms survive. Also, we need 4 main elements: reducing Ghg emissions from agriculture. First of all is energy. So we are promoting climate-friendly farming practices related to emission management, promoting on-farm renewable energy production. I would see here solar energy, most probably as one of the potentials. Also focus on plant nutrient management, peatlands and carbon-rich soils, with a special focus on livestock sector. So we need to make steps in order for the majority of farms, so that they can really have control over pesticides, and this, I think, this sector is very important. And of course, we need different tools that would ensure economic sustainability. We have a big problem seen by European Commission. The low organic carbon content of the soil is of particular concern, affecting crop productivity and pasture. And if we don't have good quality soil, then how can we speak about the nice future of the agriculture? So here there is, I think every farmer individually needs to be interested to pay attention to this question and to seek scientist advice how we can make it a high organic carbon content of the soil. And there is, of course, a need to increase soil organic carbon, better manage plant nutrients, increase their efficiency. The carbon sequestration of grasslands and forests is declining. Also, ammonia emissions, one more challenge. So it is necessary to reduce ammonia emissions. Ammonia emissions from the agricultural sector remain a challenge in reducing air pollution, and the current downward trend may not be sufficient to meet emissions commitments. It's not that easy. We need technological solutions, and we are hoping that we in future can increase this and find solution to this. And what solutions are coming to the Lithuanian agriculture? Major initiatives: soil quality management, sustainable livestock and aquaculture, sustainable crop production, development of organic farming, contribution of agriculture to climate change mitigation, and adaptation of the sector. Also, speaking about risks, I don't have much time speaking about it, but risk management is very important. Here we have increasing the sector's resilience to crimes and emergencies, targeted risk management measures, new forms of risk management that are being developed, and providing farms with the latest knowledge to help manage farm risks. Also, to reduce climate change, we will promote the introduction of technologies that reduce Ghg emissions and increase the carbon sequestration potential of soils: direct sowing, non-plowing tillage methods, application of sustainable crop rotation, sustainable use of mineral fertilizers to replace them with less polluting alternatives, growing of plants that absorb higher GHG and intermediate plants that accumulate excess nitrogen, development and maintenance of perennial meadows, replacement of arable peatlands with wetlands, meadows or forests. One more thing, the program of the government of the Republic of Lithuania seeks results, that is support for farm initiatives to reduce methane emissions from the livestock sector, doubling recycled manure. Also, the area of organic farming is doubled, and 2024 areas using non-plowing technologies will increase by 1.5 times, and in 2030 almost 3 times. And we need it, we really need it, and several success indicators. 2024, Lithuanian forest cover reaches 35%, territories of the country currently 33.7%. The area of Lithuanian protected areas reaches 20%. Currently, it's 17.64%. Together with the public and business, we will agree on sectoral agendas for the implementation of the National Climate Change Management Strategy. By 2030, 30%, the amount of greenhouse gases in Lithuania reduced compared to 2005. As you know, there have been a lot of extra discussions on this topic, and most probably we need to know how to manage this sector, how other sectors can also put something to the table. And here we are hoping for optimal decisions, adequate decisions, both for business and for agriculture. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sauliau, for your presentation. Most probably you have spoken about new things that we haven't heard about it, especially about state programs. And as I know, at the moment, we are discussing the measures themselves, so there is a lot of work to do. We have several questions, and most probably we don't have the time to answer all of them, but one of the questions is quite general. What do you think, which way Lithuania will choose how to implement green route or Green Deal? Is it revolutionary way or the slower way? What do you think, or how do you see it? Most probably, I would say that the best way would be to do it in such a way where measures can let us have better economy and maybe use some external measures and save money and give effect to the nature. I think we should implement these measures if it is possible. So again, about the proportion of the percentage for Lithuania, we still need to talk, but I'm sure that all the decisions need to be adequate and favorable for the farmers themselves. Most probably we don't need the revolution or revolutionary methods, but we need scientifically based methods, measures that we can take, and they would be effective both economically and... Thank you. One more short question. What do you think? Is it real that by 2030, Lithuanian farmers refuse or should refuse fossil fuels use? Do you think it's real? Well, this question is most probably not, I don't really understand this question. Most probably we're speaking about most probably we're speaking here about economy, right? Not that much about them refusing the fossil fuels, maybe for the government to pay something to subsidize it. So if we speak about biomethane or other fuel, I don't know if any of these technologies could be progressive, but this is quite a big investment and it costs a lot of money. I don't really think that this will be the way that we can like change everything 360 degrees. No. Thank you, Saulo. We have a lot of questions for you. Maybe we will try to answer them later on and just put them in the email that we're going to send to all the participants. Thank you so much, and we wish you success. This is quite a nervous period at the moment, and we have been speaking a lot about different livestock, manure, and agriculture, and now the next two presentations will be related to knowledge, intellectual, more intellectual data, and how to use it. And these two presentations are included in our conference because actually it is very important that knowledge and innovation system and agriculture as intellectual sector is also very important in nowadays context, and this will mean success in any route that we take, and we will mean better results. So it's not a coincidence that we have this question. The digitalization of the agricultural sector, is it going to be started from zero, from scratch, or do we start from some directives, or where do we start? And what is the best practice or experience of Lithuania in this field? So here I want to ask Irma Rinkevičienė, information technology head of information technology department. She's going to present system ICMIS. And before giving the floor to Irma, I would like to go back to 1998 when I started working in advisory board. I already found some digital tools while working in the advisory service back then, and for fertilization programs, for planning, for crops planning. We had those programs, and our consultants have already been using them to consult clients already back in 1998. And in many years, this tool now is a solid program. Most probably for many of you that will be something new, especially for young farmers. But in 1997, together with consultants and scientists from Denmark and from Lithuania, we have been consulting the advisory service on disease, on the program on disease forecasting. And disease forecasting models were already implemented. First meteorological stations were installed, and at that moment we didn't have a good internet connection, but we were sending these programs and using them. So ICMIS system at the moment is very modern, and we're asking Ilma to present it.
Thank you, Rimtautas. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Ilma Rimkevičienė, the Information Technology Head of Information Technology Unit, and I'd like to present ICMIS, the Information Technology Information System, fast and reliable information for agriculture. We can see that such factors as climate change, also requirements for food quality, globalization, demography, a pandemic situation, all of this change the whole situation in the world. We know that without the interference of human beings, the first crop has been achieved. It means that digitalization processes will definitely change the farming process of today. And the Green Deal solutions of the European Union requirements for pesticides, fertilizers, and so on has been mentioned today in our conference. And each of the country has to take on certain responsibilities. And as we know, strategy is the main long-term document, and each of us will take part in implementation of this strategy by his or her everyday work. And our consultancy agency, in terms of the strategy, will digitalize a part of its services. I'd like to present to you the integrated information system, which consists of 4 free of charge electronic services directed to the farmers, consultants, but also to everyone who is interested in agriculture. The first service here is the recommendation and monitoring of the plants, illnesses, and pest distribution. Today, we already have 55 integrated stations managed by our agency and 10 stations managed by the third parties. And the data from these stations have to be acknowledged as acceptable, and so they have to be properly serviced, calibrated, and quality control established. It's also important to notice that all these stations are also they also include for all types of plants, and they calculate and provide the data for the pest distribution. And these prognoses are related to meteorological data provided by the stations and also to certain mathematical computing models. And during the plant vegetation, each week our consultants go to the farmers' fields and do the monitoring of the plants, and they put the data into our Ghg system. And there is also the overview and recommendations. And for recommendations, we use also the data from the fields, but also the data from the meteorological stations. And we also use the drones for that purpose, and also different other field located devices. And we use the satellite data for it. And the totality of all the data is providing the timely measures for prevention of the pest and illness spreading in order to decrease the damaging effect to environment and also to increase the effectiveness of the production. Today in Ghg system, we have the critical factors as standardized index data and also the data for drafts, for instance. And all this data is provided by our agency. And the data is very important for the people who have insured their crops, because the farmers who insure the crops during a certain period of time have to address to the insurance company if something happens to the crops. The second service is the catalogs of the plant illnesses and pests. All the information in these catalogs is provided by the Lithuanian Forestry and Agricultural Institute. And in our new system, apart from these catalogs, we have also new catalogs. That's the gardening and the other types of outside agricultural activities. We can also find the Lithuanian and Latin and English names for the plants and trees. Also, we can find the scientifically prepared pictures to identify the illnesses, pests, and so on. Or, for instance, in what kind of weather there is a highest possibility for the spread of certain pests and illnesses, and also the limits for the damage. That is, what is the scope of the damaging pests? It's important to start the chemical spraying to fight the spread of the pests or illnesses, and also recommended measures by the scientists. In ICME system, automatically from the agency, we provide the database for all the plants registered in Lithuania and all the prevention protection products with all the labeling and recommendations for their use. And of course, here we have a very convenient system of search. And also we provide similar plant protection products so that the farmers have the opportunity to have alternative choices for the measures of control so that they can use the most effective products. The farmers have also the opportunity to receive actual information about the protective measures implementation against pests and weeds. And they can receive also the newsletters or initiate a remote consultancy with our experts. The third service of ICMIS includes the information about the integrated control of damaging organisms. And we have the plans for the requirements of integrated plant protection requirements. And the farmers here have the opportunity to know these requirements, to read it in detail, to read the newest articles, have video recordings, and also answer the questionnaire to be sure whether they are in line with the requirements, and also the information how to implement the requirements. This service also includes the scientifically presented pest control frameworks or guidelines, and for the growers of different type of plants and seeds, and that includes the agro-technical principles related to the pest and weed control. For instance, the rotation is recommended, preparation of seeds, the best optimal soil, the choice of the type of seeds, the balanced fertilizer processes, pest control, and other information. Service number 3, each farmer will find here the integrated pest control, also with the calculators and so on. Service number 4 is remote trainings or e-trainings for the specialists in agriculture. And this is a very important service. Statistically speaking, in 2018, we had 600 participants of the training and they received certificates. In 2019, we had 700 participants, and last year we had more than 1,000 participants of the training. And this is especially important in the pandemic situation of today. And this service is digital from start to the end of it until the issue of the certificate, which are signed by electronic signature. IGMIS is also assessed on the Lithuanian national level in 2015. In the agricultural fair, we were awarded with the medal, and also in another prize in 2015. And in 2019, in May 2019, the representatives of the European Audit Chamber have changed the implementation of the directive in Lithuania and also visited our agency. And the conclusion of these audit experts was that IGMIS is the good example of best practice in Lithuania. And of course, we are working further on to modernize IGMIS. And in 2020, we issued new version of IGMIS to expand the electronic services of IGMIS, also with the purpose to expand the database and functionality. And just go through some of these. First of all, we modernized and increased the network of the stations. Also, we have integrated the pest capture, and we also add the third-party stations to the network. And in this way, we have the platform solution for the stations. And we are using the drones and also devices to determine the need for the nitrogen. We also integrate the new prognosis methods. We upgraded the catalogs for pests and weeds. And also we common use solutions that can be used by other institutions that are creating their own products. We also created the IGMIS mobile applications. We actually have 3 of them. And our users can use in EOS and in 2 applications actually, in fact for all applications available, and also integrated electronic signature. We provide the weather forecast from 44 regions of Lithuania, that is every hour for the next 2 days. And according to these prognoses, we do the recommendations for the spreading of the fertilizers in the fields. And we're unique and innovative with our electronic tool, which is a very good network of meteorological stations. And it's a platform solutions with a possibility to connect to the third-party stations with the possibility to transfer the data. And we have realized the common solutions which I mentioned before, including the catalogs. Also, this is the system uniting the competencies of consultants and the scientists. It is very fast and effective determination of the health of the plants and the status of all the field on location, and it's very use-friendly, including the mobile application. And it's important that these services are with relation to the actual moment of the agriculture with respect to the fertilizer use and other legal requirements. So this is very objective and very fast and objective information for you to help the proper and right decisions by using effectively our resources and to save the time. And doesn't matter how large your farm is, that's a good tool for sustainable farming in order to take down the use of chemical elements to assist the Green Deal strategy. Thank you. Please take it and use it. Thank you very much, Ilma, for your presentation. The system is really unique and really accepted on the level of European Commission, recommended as a good example on the European Union level. And most probably not all of you knew that the Ghg system was created during a project financed by the Ministry of Transport of Lithuania, which means that agriculture has to be supported not only by a Ministry of Agriculture or rural program, but by other institutions, and that proves it really important and viable. Just a couple of questions to answer. One has a quite high rating, not directed to Ghg perhaps, but maybe you can answer. Why still we don't use in Lithuania the data from satellites that could help our farmers a lot? Why? Primarily, most probably due to reliability. And we have a lot of clouds in Lithuania as well that, prevent us from using it extensively. So the price also is one of the criteria. And there is also a question about the price. How much Ghg services cost? What's the price of the services? As I mentioned before, all our services are free of charge. Thank you, Ilma, once again. We will answer to all of the questions in writing by email. And again, today we talked before about one of the measures that is very economical, which is precise farming or smart farming. So I'd like to invite Mr. Lukas Šampranauskas. He is the head of the Center for Smart Farming. So he'll present the services that they provide to the farmers. He'll present these services and also give practical examples that they've done in their agency. So Lukas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. I am going to present variable rate application map or precise fertilizing or smart fertilizing as it is usually referred to. And there are many technological methods and equipment which is precise fertilizing because you cannot be a precise fertilizing expert without that. I will go through the measures and we'll speak about them. As my colleague Aušrys has mentioned, the principle of precise fertilizing is, of course, adequate time, adequate equipment, adequate norm, and, of course, the materials. In Lithuania, precise fertilizing starts from analyzing the soil, because soil analyzing lets us estimate what is the quality of field. Here you can see Jurbarkas region farm or land by one farmer, and before analyzing he thought that soil oxidation was the problem, but not enough phosphorus. That was the real problem after the research. So we can see that according to this research, the fertilization plan was established, and as we understand from this example, a lot of lime is used by farmers when they are not informed about their land, and the money is just wasted, we can say. So now I would like to speak about different methods. For example, we have determination of soil, physical and chemical properties, and nutrient content that I have spoken about. Now I'm going to speak about automatic and parallel steering, because it is very difficult to fertilize exactly with great precision. And when there is overlapping of 20 centimeters, and for 100 meters, we get about 2 hours of overlapping. And if you drive for not only once, but let's say twice, these technologies again let us save money and use less fertilizers and not spray unnecessary pesticides, and minimize the norm. Also, we recently have been using drones, satellite data, which means that without even leaving your house, satellite data can let you see the problematic areas, then go to the field and make a decision. As Ilma mentioned, satellite data, because of the cloudy weather, not always can be used. Drones also can help us to decide on fertilization plans and make precise decisions. As Ilma has mentioned, also we have the forecast model, forecasting model, and in ICMIS, the farmer can get to know if there is any disease spreading in his or her region, and then again save the not waste the fertilizers. Of course, if he or she can see that some disease can be, or there is a high probability that it is spread in his region, he can use those fertilizers. Now, speaking about smart fertilization or precise fertilization, it can be used locally. We can use spreading machines or different smart machines that are connected to computers. Here on the left, as you can see, fertilization plan is adopted according to the soil assessment, and on the right, according to the drone data. And again, there are sensors. You do not have to drive the tractor through the field. Again, you save money, energy, and as we can see, there are different norms in different fields, parts, from 140, as you can see, to 188 kilos for the hectare. So these variable norms, also, I haven't mentioned about the drone situation, that it's usually used for spring. Drones are being flown to see the fields where we have less nitrogen or more nitrogen, and according to that, we can make decisions on how to fertilize. Also here, one of the examples of one farmer is uneven distribution of phosphorus, or we can say mobile phosphorus and potassium in the fields. As we can see here, for phosphorus is not numerous, and here it's a lot more. So if by standard you fertilize the whole area, then one part of the field gets too much fertilization, another part gets not enough, and this is uneven. This uneven distribution means uneven yield, and of course it's being washed away with water, and it goes to lakes, rivers, and other water basins. Here again, comparison of variable rate fertilization plan and standard fertilization, where we use variable and standard fertilization. The farmer has invested same amount of money, but now the plants got exactly the amount needed. It's not over-fertilized and it's not under-fertilized. And this means for 40 hectares, the material used by standard, 3,140 kilos of fertilizer, and by variable, 4,116, and phosphorus 3,344. So with combined fertilizers, it's very difficult to regulate this norm. Here, what we can see through the satellite, more even plant vegetation index during the peak season. This is 2018 standard fertilization, non-variable spring. And so it's during the vegetation peak of the plants. And here, even vegetation according to the vegetation index, it is uneven. And in 2019, more even yield throughout the field at the end of the season, and we can see the crops are even, and farmers are happy that they get even yield in the farm. Not always you can save money on the fertilization, because sometimes the norms are not enough, but usually the most important thing is that it's more effective, yield is even, and this makes the farmers happy. Also, I would like to mention that in Lithuania we have a lot of farms who have special equipment for smart fertilizing, but they're not using all the capacity. And I would like to encourage the farmers to use it and to get the best results possible. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Lucas, for the practical presentation, a lot of useful information. One more time, I would like to say that advisory service, we have the Service and Competences Center, and we can give services, agricultural services for farmers. One of the questions, economically important, for which size of farm should use this fertilization? We cannot say the exact number. Sometimes even 30 hectares of fertilized uneven solution. So we can use digital equipment, digital tools, starting from any size of the farm. But the smaller is the farm, the best results you can get, of course, and the equipment that you get will be cost efficient. But most important thing is not the size, but the even yield that you get at the end of the day. Thank you. Maybe I will give you two questions in one. In Lithuania, this soil assessment or determination of soil physical, chemical properties and nutrient content, is it done in Lithuania, and how the service is operating? We have our own lab, our own laboratory, where we assess the soil for several years already, so we do not have to send the soil samples to foreign countries. It takes about 7 days. If it's the season, it can be sometimes in the sort of rush hour, it can be 2 weeks. It can take up to 2 weeks. There are more and more companies emerging who are proposing this soil determination service. What should the farmer pay attention to? Most probably farmers pay attention to the pricing, and also if the service is good quality, what report they're getting. If, for example, there is fertilization process going on, are they asking about what fertilizers they used before? Was it green fertilization? Because depending on that, and depending on the norms, depending on the fertilization by manure, it all is very important. So it's not that easy. As Lucas is saying, even the sample is, even taking the sample, it's not that you just come and take it. Specialists have to provide this service, the specialist which has the knowledge, which has been trained to do that. And also, it is very important not only to evaluate the soil, but also to interpret adequately the results of the test, so that then effective fertilization can be advised. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you so much for your presentation. And the session of the presentations is
and thus
over.
We have finished our presentations in the conference.
We also have the discussion, but before
discussion in the
we would like
program,
to ask all participants of the
Before we
conference
do
to
that,
take part,
we
so that
would like
it's not
to
only listening.
participate, all the
We
participants of
would
the
like to
conference
hear
here, and would like to hear your
your
opinion.
opinion. What do you think? In your opinion, what measures are important for the
And
development
this is our
towards
question. In your
sustainable
opinion, what
farming?
measures are
In
important
Lithuania,
for the development towards
reducing GHGs.
sustainable
Today we have
farming,
heard a lot of opinions,
reducing
a lot of different
Ghg,
information.
and so on? This is multiple choice.
Which technologies are effective or less effective. And we would like to ask you so that you
To
answer
answer
these questions. You can see
the
them now on
questions,
your screen.
you should
There are two
take,
questions.
this is one
Plant
question
productions, another from
from the plant
livestock
growing,
field.
another is from
So
the
we ask you to
animal
choose
farming. So we'd like
not
you
more than
to
5
take
options for
5
each
possible
question. First, plant production,
answers to this.
and the next will be livestock.
Firstly, the
So now you can see
plant growing,
on your screens
the possible
multiple
answers. So
choice for
please
the question,
choose
and you can
up to 5
choose
answers.
not
Take
more
5
than 5
up
answers.
to 5
So as you can see, there are different methods,
measures
introduction of multi-crop rotations with
which are
perennial
different,
grasses, conversion of arable
like
sandy
multi-crop
soils
rotation,
into grasslands and
soils,
afforestation,
issues,
fertilization planning based on soil
fertilization,
analysis and variable rate
use of
fertilization,
stabilized
use of
urea,
stabilized urea as a basic nitrogen fertilizer, liming of acidic sandy and loamy soils, use of no-till
also
technologies,
liming,
production of biofuels from plants or their residues, and also
biofuel
breeding of
production,
low methane emitting
and the
cattle.
balance of the feeds in the farm.
I think you had enough
So
time
these
to
are the questions
answer
relating to
the plant production.
plant farming.
Paul,
Just
put
tick
the ticks
the
on your
5
chosen options,
answers that you
those that
believe
you
they are
think
most
are
important.
most needed. And now we have
And the next
the
is
livestock.
cattle farming.
While you are choosing the possible answers, I will present you the
So in the
next
meantime,
question
I will present the
on
discussion.
our agenda.
We
have
heard our
from
foreign partners
foreign
discussion.
guests, and we have
Now I
heard
would like to listen
now
to
our
the opinion of the Lithuanian farmers
colleagues, but would like
and
to ask
also the
scientists and
researchers'
farmers from
opinion.
Lithuania. What do we think? Speaking about the green course, climate change challenges,
with respect to the Green
what
Deal
could be
and the mitigation of climate
solutions and
change.
how you react,
What are your
farmers, or
recommendations
you
and what we should do? So I invite now the participants
scientists.
of
I
discussion
will ask you.
who will tell their own opinion about that, about 2-3 minutes each. So we have the farmers, Mr. Šiukšė, Bardauskas, and Armonas from different regions of Lithuania. And then we have the scientists, Vita Telvikienė, the deputy head of the Agricultural Institute, also the scientists from this institute, Dr. Feiza, and another scientist, Dr. Vytautas Rapeseed, and the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture, Saulius Jasius.
Ir kol mūsų diskusijos dalyviai diskutuos, manau, jūs tą klausimyną ir užpildysite.
So while we are discussing the issues, you will fill out the questionnaires, I believe.
Trumpa pauzelė, tuoj pabaigsime balsuoti ir perėsime prie diskusijos.
Just a short pause and we'll go to discussion.
Gyvulininkystės srities technologijos, tai vėlgi, kokios tos technologijos atrodo, kad jum.
So, and these are technologies. The question about the technologies in the cattle breeding and cattle farming, what measures are important for the development towards sustainable farming? And again, these are different measures like growing of feed suitable for region, rotational grazing, choice of high quality feeds, use of biological additives in manure management, also use of manure acidification technology, use of biological additives in manure management mentioned, covering the manure storage, and so on. Again, so please choose 5 possible answers which you believe are most important for you. And we'll start the discussion. Firstly, I want to address our farmers. Šarūnas is here. Can you hear us? So what is your opinion? Really, are these challenges so big? Maybe your long-term experience and use of modern technologies is like a usual thing. What kind of solutions you could recommend? So I'd like to thank, first of all, our presenters for their very interesting presentations. And when we talk about the Green Deal, about the challenges for farmers, I can say that in our farm, we started all these processes about 20 years ago, even when we didn't understand very well the importance of some measures, and definitely we needed time in order to understand the importance of these processes, what kind of soil that is filled with life and how can we tackle it. And 10 years ago, we really investigated our soil and started the fertilizing with calcium and phosphorus fertilizers. And we also acquired the nitrogen sensor in order to control the need of the nitrogen for our plants. And then all of this, what I'm saying now, I'm saying it not just for the sake of boasting, but in order for my colleagues to understand that we really needed time to see how these processes work and how much benefit they give to us and to the nature, how much economically based they are. And I can say that Mr. Yasus in his presentation said whether we need certain, obligatory methods to be applied, or should we go on the road just step by step. So I can say that we need to learn first, and it has to be a sustainable transition period, because these are the processes by applying which very drastically you can damage yourself. And these solutions have to be taken step by step and gradually applied, because these are difficult solutions. And we understand that most of us want quick results, but it's the process in agriculture, especially, that needs patience in order to receive benefit for us and for the nature around us. because we need to develop that organism in the soil so that the processes should function on their own. And this could give also very good economic yield. And I believe that all these steps are really needed very much because we're going along the Green Deal anyway. And I believe there are more farms that apply green technologies, and they understand, and most of our society is ready for the Green Deal. And I believe that the better half of our farmers really can see the Green Deal as a good opportunity to improve the farming, improve the nature, and have economic benefit. So, of course, we support it, and we like to have our officials not to destroy this goodwill, but their solutions. And for that, we need more discussions, more cooperation among us, and communication among us, together with the Ministry of Agriculture and our Farmers Association and structures, in order to understand ourselves much better, to understand each other so that the solutions are adequate and beneficial to all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Sharunas, really, for very good insights and for sharing your experience. We'd like to listen to Alfredas Bardauskas also, as we know that he uses smart technologies in his farming as well. Good day to everybody. I looked at my historic documents the other day, and I'm in the 4th generation now in farming. And all these generations before me had to deal with certain challenges. And one of them was even existential, whether to stay alive or not. Just remembering the bloody Soviet years. So I believe all these challenges of today, of my generation, we are not afraid of them. And other generations will have other challenges too. Just I want to say one thing that I am concerned about, that all the decisions are made by politicians who even don't know what the agriculture is about. There are perhaps some decisions pushed by some radical organizations. And also I want to say that the best ideas for best solutions are okay, but if the requirements are too high, that it may be just an illusion. We can, of course, show what we have done in the last 8 years. We're using just 3 cultures, 3 plants, and European Commission was saying that we didn't do much. However, since 2008, we were introducing the new technologies, and we are scanning the crops, and we are analyzing the soils, and so on and so forth. And we increased the crops efficiency and everything else. But just want to say one thing. The most painful thing for us, for the farmers who employ smart farming, is that if we followed all the ministries' decisions, the results were really bad. We are 10 years ahead of what the requirements are, because the financial flows are going in another direction. I want to say openly that today I'm receiving 35% smaller compensation in direct payments than a young a young farmer sitting on the sofa. Well, some were saying that we're using too many measures. We had solutions with melioration solutions, so on. We are working with many companies now in order to do something and to provide consultations for others. And all of a sudden, we receive much less direct payments compared to those who are doing nothing. If we want to reach certain goals, we need to participate in the process, all of us, not just to direct the flows in the principle of large, medium size, and small, but with the principle of sustainable, more sustainable, the most sustainable, so that all direct payment system would be directed at the best solutions in order to reach the common goal. There are many things to say, but time is up. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredas, very much. I don't know whether we have Kęstutis here. Yes, we can hear you, Kęstutis. So, what can you say? Hello to everybody. We are in very good moods. It's winter time, you know. When I listen to the questions that you discuss, I'm thinking how sustainable our farm is. To this year, I will have crop number 33. So I can make some evaluation in comparison to others and to see what my neighbors doing around me. So I can see one neighbor, the farmer, is sowing the rapeseed and wheat, winter and summer wheat. And he's doing quite well so far because he has a good rotation, rapeseed and peas and beans and others. So it looks like, yes, there is a difference. Or another neighbor is plowing and plowing, you know, this land all the time. And then he's sowing the rapeseed, oil seed. And he shouldn't do that, perhaps. And you see, and then he has to follow certain other recommendations were absolutely out of common sense. But he receives, you know, direct payments. Yes, there are certain soils where we can and have to use more of the plowing, but not everywhere, not in each farm. And there are other strange things and recommendations. For example, in the use of pesticides. Well, 3 times less pesticides have to be used, and fungicides especially. We're using it just one time, and that's it. And then another question is bothering me in the discussions. Some, you know, farms are applying the fertilizers in the wrong time and so on. So why some farms are doing it, we should just ban such things which are not good. And then we're using these crops, when the pesticides are too much applied and so on. So these are the questions I'm thinking about. So I don't know how sustainable that can be. I don't know that many of the farmers have the seed and crop dryers. We're drying the seeds, and we are the only ones in our region who are invested in the drying facilities. And again, like we are one step ahead. So this is how we are thinking on our own. And then we're thinking how other farmers are ready to go forward in order to be sustainable and use smart farming. Like today, it was really useful to think and to hear about what we can apply in our farms in terms of foreign expertise and exchange of opinions. So thank you very much. Thank you, Kęstutis, thank you for your opinions. Okay, then now, Mr. Aušrys Macijauskas, you are presenter. What do you think now, personally? Yeah, thank you very much for the discussion. It's very timely discussion. Very interesting presentations, especially our foreign guests' presentation. That was a pleasure for me to listen to those. As Šarūnas and Alfredas mentioned, firstly, the question is whether our actions are well based. And I can see that most of us, are very fast in doing everything without proper assessment why we're doing it, like we want to be the first in implementation. Of course, our leaders are in Brussels are praised, and we are shown as a good example to say our neighbors from Poland or Estonia. Will we be able to devour it all? So I believe we have to do our own assessment of the diversity strategy, of the strategy from field to fork, and how our farmers' income will be affected with implementation of the strategies. On the other hand, we could do nothing, just do nothing, and every decade we will reach all the goals. Maybe in 2030 we'll reach the goals in 2050. Because if we look at the curve in the cattle, so we will see the diminishing of the cattle number, which is the biggest. Then we'll have twice as little cattle in 2030 than today, and then we'll have really the target reached before 2030 just by doing nothing, and we will reach all the targets and receive all the medals in Brussels. But then what our people will do, how our regions will live, because for the regions, agriculture is the key sector and the key employer. When there is a farm, there is a kindergarten, there is a library, the community house, and so on. If there is no farm, there is nothing in the village, and no young families, not a child there. Will all of us go to Vilnius and be very green and so on? So if we decide to do something, and of course we have a lot to do to increase the number of cattle, to increase the number of manure in order to change the chemical fertilizers with organic fertilizers and make our agriculture more sustainable. It's clear what we have to do. But during the 20 years, we cannot change our course. So when I speak about the opportunity, then we can see that the Green Deal is the opportunity for us to change the course towards the green course that will help us survive at the end of the day. Thank you, Oshiris, for your opinion, for your very firm opinion representing the farmers. And I would like to listen to the representatives of the scientists. What about our future? Is it really an opportunity or a challenge for us? Are we ready to accept the challenge? I cannot see the Deputy Director, Vita. If she's here, I'd like to give her the floor. No, I cannot see her. Okay, Virginijus Feiza. Just a week ago, we had a conference in Lithuanian Grain Institute, and there were very interesting opinions about the soil. So what's your view of the situation? Hello to everybody. Really, I'm happy to be at the event where we can hear different opinions. And I agree to most of them. If we can make a very short conclusion, we can say, I have a thought written here. The Green Deal is not something dangerous or something we have to be afraid of. I'm saying that because in Lithuania, our farming already have good traditions, and it has been developed on the principles of sustainable farming. And I believe that the green course for us is not a big challenge, because we have really a good experience, and I would agree with the thought, but we just need to assess what we have today. In other words, we need to have a systematic approach which would assess the situation and our road towards the green course from the point of view of the farmers, of scientists, and consultancy, and the politicians, of course. And if we can do such a panel, a concilium, and to find out what kind of good measures are applied by our farmers in all these agricultural sectors, and also environmental measures, we could see that we can really quite easily to implement certain requirements of the Green Cross. Or maybe we have implemented some of these. So this is my general conclusion, and this is quite optimistic. And I would just wish to all of us to find the general consensus and to find the general systematic approach. And we had very interesting topics today. I could continue, but I believe that is enough for today. Thank you. We thank you very much to you, Virginijus. And do we have Dr. Vytautas Ribikauskas? I cannot see him on the screen. Most probably not. We wanted somebody from the cattle farming to speak, but well, we had quite a number of opinions today. But in Lithuania, we can see that we have a different problem, that we have too small sector here, and then the soil and the farming is in detriment here, and really this is a painful topic in Lithuania. We have to take certain actions here. And at the end of the discussion, I'd like to hear a few thoughts from Saulius Jasis. Yes, we had heard opinions from different angles, and the green course is a good thing, of course. We're not afraid of it. And some of us just need to remind ourselves of, the basic knowledge that we received at our agricultural universities and start doing it again. And the ministry also will place the reasonable, focuses. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the consultancy agency for this wonderful event, which is a very good platform to talk and to exchange opinions and to discuss many issues. Just a few points to mention, which I think are important. Like other colleagues mentioned, the scientifically based solutions are important. And then it's easier to talk to the farmers community, especially when the technological changes come and you have to know whether to invest or not. And this has to be discussed on a national level. Secondly, I believe that we need to change the opinion by saying that the technological changes, they need investment, and technological cooperation may be something new, but it's very necessary. If we have a very expensive modern equipment, then we need to learn how to share it, like we share the passenger cars today and so on. Another important moment, which means the consumer and the society at large. So it's related to the CO2 footprint created in the process of production and the information provided to the consumer. And we want sometimes to give the messages to the farmers in the way that they should understand how to do it. So we need to put more effort into it. to make this understanding. So I believe that this is a very good platform to provide such information in a good and understandable language, and also to demonstrate, for instance, like the digitalization tools to be utilized and these electronic services which are free of charge. So there are really many possibilities and opportunities for a breakthrough. So we can do a lot of things together to reach the goals, which is doable. And of course, we can also think about the lesser number of cattle, but producing more. So there are many solutions and good, positive solutions. Thank you, Saulus, very much. He is representative of the Minister of Agriculture. So it looks like our discussion is coming to an end. I'd like to thank you once again for expressing your opinions. And really, this discussion is optimistic, I believe, and that we really have the opportunities to implement the requirements. And it's also is important to find this good and reasonable point in doing it. I also see that there are some doubts about different methods of calculation, for example, and really to determine in what position we are today, whether we are polluting or not, and how, if so, how much we're polluting. So this is very important, really, to know and to do the proper calculation and to see whether we're really going in the direction of reaching the goals or not. And of course, find the compromise solutions. And if you remember, before the discussion, we had some task for our participants by asking some questions on sharing poll results, which technologies should be applied. So one questionnaire was related to plant farming. The most effective and easy technologies in plant growing is the traditional rotation. So rotation. Here is also the introduction of multi-crop rotation. It was mentioned, covering the soil with crops and fertilization planning based on soil analysis. And in cattle farming and technologies, we can see the most effective thing is related to the feeds, also the choice of the high quality feeds for animals to mitigate the methane emissions, and the use of biological additives in manure in the sheds. And the fourth is this slurry spreading in the soil. So we are almost at the end of the conference. We heard a lot of useful information and suggestions, very good experience exchange from our partners in other countries and our experts from Lithuania. of our institutions. And I'd like just to give the floor now for the wrap-up of the conference, the director of our consultancy agency, Mr. Makelis. You are welcome. Well, I'd like to say many thanks to our participants and foreign participants and all the presenters for the exchange of their opinions and so on. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that our results in the green course will depend on a few things, and primarily, of course, on our own solutions, depending on the requirements that will be given to us. Then the four principles of the sustainability are very important if the farm is socially responsible and understanding the need for it and economically viable. This is very important criteria. Like we have 10,000 farmers are producing 80% of all the products, but the direct payments use another system of compensations. So these type of decisions are very important. We need balanced solutions in this respect. So I believe that this is a long-term work that we have to do, and we have to cooperate more and meet more in order to use every opportunity to have our own impact so that these solutions are more effective, more understandable to the farmers, and give benefit to our country. Not just for the big farmers, but also involve the willing smaller farmers. They want to be sustainable. Thank you very much once again for your participation and for your input on the course of the green course. Thank you very much, Edvardas Makelis, Director. So we have heard to most of your opinions, most of the questions asked and answered. Yes, I'd like to remind you once again that all this conference was recorded, and all the material together with the recording will be placed, downloaded in our public networks, and we'll inform you where it can be found. And the questions that were not answered today will be given to you by emails. Thank you once again for your participation. You were very active today, and we as organizers are really very happy about that. We have been surprised. We had more than 550 participants registered in the conference, and as many participated here, and we had participants from 13 different countries. And I believe that was a real good international conference in true sense of the word. And thanks again to our presenters from abroad in Lithuania, to all the listeners, participants, and discussion participants, and to the interpreters. I believe they had a lot of work and by interpreting the presentations and the questions and answers and so on. And all the team of our service, consultancy service. And I believe that this is not the last event. We want this conference to be a traditional one, regular one, on a yearly basis, when we find really good topics to discuss and not only listen to the presenters, but to get answers and questions and answers to reach the green course. Thank you very much. Till we see you again. Bye bye.